Morning and welcome once again. Please, for the ones who have just walked in, kindly serve your breakfast. We would like to go live in exactly 20 minutes. All right, so thank you and welcome once again. Right. Thank you very much. You may have your seats. And at this particular point in time, I would like to call upon Jimmy Paul to come and open with a word of prayer. He's the one who is going to take us to the pearly gates of heaven. Please, ladies and gentlemen, let's appreciate him with a round of applause as he comes to open with a word of prayer. Welcome, Jimmy.
Let's bow down for a word of prayer. Our Savior and our Lord, this wonderful morning, we thank you. Thank you for this day that you have given us, and thank you for our friends who have come over as we begin this journey of going virtual. Lord, we thank you. We ask that you be with us, Father. Lord, we even commit the day that is ahead of us into your hands. May you be with us and may you guide us, Father. We ask for your favor in everything that we are going to do. Bless us and bless each one of us as we are here, Father. Be with us and guide us, for in Jesus' name I pray.
Thank you, Jimmy Paul. All right, fantastic. Welcome once again for the ones who are walking in. Welcome to the Smart Applications Annual Summit. This is where Smart goes virtual. All right, fantastic. So I would like to request if we can all just do something really, really small. Please, if you can take out your phone wherever you are, take out your phone, take a selfie, please. We want to push like 100 selfies. We want the world to know about this particular event and how heavy and how hard we are coming. Take a selfie and post it on Twitter with the hashtag SmartGoesVirtual, all right? We want to create a buzz and an expectation out there so that they can keep checking and looking forward to what we are going to do shortly, all right? So feel free to take out your phone, take a selfie. You can take it with the person who is seated next to you. You can take it alone. I can see our CEO is doing it very, very well. Our group MD is doing it well. Right, our directors are in there. Please make sure that you can take a selfie. Smart goes virtual. Yes, let's get that buzz. Let's get that in. Fantastic. All right, thank you very much. And now we can be able to proceed. We would like to get the welcome remarks. And to give us the welcome remarks is a lady who serves as the Group Sales and Marketing Director at Smart Applications International. She is a certified project management professional and has undertaken several leadership courses, not just in Kenya, but also in Singapore. She has a master's from the University of Nairobi in communication. She is also, ladies and gentlemen, a member of the Strathmore Business School of the Marketing Society of Kenya. And one of the things that you need to take note is that she describes herself as a passionate mentor and a technology driver. Esther's passion is inclusive in technology, innovation, and delivering the impact across the nation. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Esther Kiringi Mururi as she comes to the front to give us the welcome remarks. Makofi tafadhali.
Thank you so much. Yeah, that introduction is really powerful. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I must say you all look very good from where I'm standing. Yes. This morning, a very warm welcome to the Smart Annual Summit 2022. My name is Esther Kiringa, as has been introduced, and I wish to acknowledge this morning the presence of all our invited guests who have graced this occasion this morning. Our board of directors, led by the chairman, Mr. Andrew Musangi, and the group managing director, Harrison Moiro. Leaders from the healthcare space, we have a number of leaders who are with us this morning, not only from here in Kenya. We have the online team, invited leaders from Malawi. We also have Tanzania joining us virtually. We have Uganda, Rwanda, Mauritius, South Africa, Zambia, and across Africa. The Smart Annual Summit is an interactive forum that brings together key industry players to be able to share innovative ideas to move the industry forward. This year's theme is on accelerating healthcare business recovery, growth, and profitability. And we have definitely lined up a very exciting program for all of you. As we start off, I would that you join me in welcoming the chairman, Mr. Andrew Musangi, to give the chairman's address. Mr. Musangi.
Morning, everyone. Thank you very much, Esther. Your speech was very short, so I was still drafting. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for waking up early this morning to join us on this momentous occasion. In this room, I see our key stakeholders, our partners in business, our leadership team, our staff, our shareholders, fellow board members, basically everyone within what I would call our ecosystem represented here. And thank you so much for joining us this morning. We at SMART have been on a journey that I've been privileged to be part of for more than a decade and a half. And this journey has led us through the innovation space. Much like you would expect in any technology company, you're constantly running. We at SMART have been constantly running to keep pace and indeed outpace technological development in our space and the demands and needs of our stakeholders. We are constantly reminding ourselves that we do not exist at all if you're not solving a problem for somebody. If you're not helping somebody by offering them a value proposition that enables them advance. Our healthcare systems innovations are well known in the market. They have been led by client needs. They have been led by continuous engagement with our stakeholders, and that is what defines and determines what the SMART of tomorrow will be. I never tire of repeating our late chairman's constant inquiry for this business, and it was just two words: what's next? What's new? And that has continued to live in the spirit of SMART. It has continued to be the ethos of this business. And as we continue with today's program, you will see what the next level of SMART's innovation will lead us to. We have grown from a space where we were more or less tethered to international partners, but as the baby grew, and as happens in all your homes where there are children, at one stage the child graduates, gets his own job, and moves out of the house and goes to make their lives for themselves. SMART has been through that journey. Our original partners in Israel, who we grew up with, we lived under their umbrella for a period of time. But a time came where I'm proud to say SMART came of age, and I and this leadership team here had the privilege of going to Israel to tell them, we've graduated and it's time to leave your house. Normally that's a very scary time in the growth of any business. But the truth of the matter was, and everybody here will testify, the technology that has been developed in this business, the solutions that have been developed by the brains you see in this room. So please give yourselves a very big hand. We grew so fast that the parent could not keep pace with the child. So the child bought the parent's house and asked the parent to move, which is not the usual process in growth. But here we are today. Did we stop growing? No. The pandemic that we went through over the last 3 years was a very, very big lesson. Global supply chain disruption, evolution of client needs, acceleration of adoption of technology. Even in the sphere where I work in by day, where we are the slowest to adopt technology, lawyers, we have now gotten so used to virtual attendance of court sessions that today I can be standing here in Nairobi and in 5 minutes I'll appear before a judge out there and come back and join you, and you'll be none the wiser. And I will have done exactly what I would have achieved 5 years ago after flying to Mombasa, staying in a hotel, and flying back after 2 days. So this is the space SMART is in, leading in the provision of solutions that will help our stakeholders achieve their own ambitions of growth. So I welcome you to share this day with us, exchange ideas with us on what each of you sees as the crystal ball showing you your future, and what each of you aspires to achieve. And I can only assure you, without fear of contradiction, that SMART will be here to walk this journey with you and to build value for all of you, our stakeholders. Please join us in experiencing this wonderful journey. Thank you very much.
All right, help me appreciate our chairman once again with a round of applause. Isn't it beautiful when your chairman actually says that he's willing to walk this particular journey with you, all right? So we would like now to go to the keynote address, and I have the privilege and the honor of inviting our keynote speaker. And our keynote speaker, ladies and gentlemen, is a versatile, transformative business technology leader. He has inspired and rallied a growth of strategies through product innovation, operational and service excellence, which is very, very key, market growth, which is quite evident, and organizational change that has steered the Smart Applications International Limited as a leading Africa technology company. He serves, ladies and gentlemen, as the Group Managing Director of Smart Applications. It's a secure ICT service provider in East, Central, West, Southern Africa, and with presence in Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, South Sudan, Rwanda, Somaliland, Malawi. Should I keep going or should I stop? Zambia, Cameroon, DRC, and Mauritius. Ladies and gentlemen, he is a coach and passionate about people and team growth. He is also committed to sustainability and a vibrant technology enthusiast. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for our group managing director. This is none other than Harrison Muiru as he comes to the front. Welcome, sir.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, members of the Smart Board, our distinguished guests. I can see very many familiar faces from healthcare facilities, our insurance customers, our members of staff, and many of our stakeholders who are joining us, not only here physically, but virtually. We are live across the African continent and globally as we engage to witness this momentous occasion as SMART goes virtual. As I stand here, I am particularly humbled that you have taken your time on a very cold morning on the 1st of December, despite your many activities in your busy schedules, to join us for this breakfast and for this event. Thank you very much. You have braved the cold. You have braved the Nairobi traffic to be here with us. And I know we have guests online who are several hours behind the East African time zone who are also joining us today. Thank you. As we engage on this second Smart Summit, I must also congratulate you, because in front of me, I do see valiant business people and institutional leaders, managers, diligent officers who have braved the challenges, the pandemic, the Russia-Ukraine situation, elections in Kenya, amongst many other challenges, and have persisted in a very delicate balancing act in our environment to thrive. And that is what informed the theme of our summit today. How do we accelerate a healthcare business in terms of beyond recovery into growth and profitability? Dr. Chris Kruby is quoted to have said that there is never an open road except the wide road that leads to failure. And every success is won through a fight. Every winner has scars. And as I look at this room, I know all of us have our individual stories. The men and women and institutions who succeed are the efficient few who choose to have ambition and willpower to develop themselves. And I hope that as we engage in our conversations today, we shall indeed be developing and sharpening one another through the conversations that we shall have. Therefore, we talk about how do we move forward. And the word that sticks in all our minds, that permeates our business conversations every day, is partnerships, stronger collaborations, and data. And the insight around these opportunities are the way to move forward, indeed as an industry, to address the African healthcare challenges that can only be solved by African-bred solutions. And no single entity or person can do this alone. I want us to walk through a journey, and I have a presentation slide which I'll ask the media team to project so that we see this journey pictorially. And I hope that I won't bore you with, as they say, death by PowerPoint. I'll try to be very brief. It is an exciting time to be in Africa, because our challenges have turned out to be our greatest elements of opportunities. They have turned out to be our greatest advantages. For example, it is said one of the reasons that has led to the high mobile phone penetration that we see today is because we could not put landlines in tents. Our agricultural and animal husbandry nature led us to think of how do we adopt the latest innovations. And mobile phone technology has leapfrogged us ahead of other continents by far and wide. Studies by the ITU, which is the International Telecommunications Union, document that 66% of the world's population have access to internet. And 84% of that is Africa's population, which stands today at 84% of the 1.3 billion people in Africa have access to a mobile phone. If we can scroll to the next slide, please. And this is the environment that we are operating in. As smart applications, we're looking to work with you in partnership. And how do we look at this partnership? In transforming healthcare by working together with you as partners to make processes convenient, automated, easy, fast, and secure. And this we have done through the last 17 years by diligently listening and partnering with you as our stakeholders to implement solutions that have worked not only in Kenya, but in 11 countries. Our solutions have spanned from where we started in biometric identification to now healthcare management information systems, to fully fledged medical scheme administration systems, to healthcare data analytics and insights and employee life cycle management. And therefore this informs our story today as we share with you how do we accelerate our different aspects of healthcare growth and recoverability. Next slide. Next slide, please. In Africa today, we are looking at 400 companies that are earning revenues of above $1 billion. These companies are considered to be growing at the same rate or even higher. And this shows that there are key opportunities in Africa. It is the fastest growing region in the world, and as for the next 10 years. It is a vast emerging market. And one of the case studies that we'll be showcasing here today are institutions that we are working with, healthcare facilities and medical insurance companies, to go beyond borders and tap into market opportunities that are beyond the native localities which they originated from. And we've been having conversations, taking Kenya hospitals, DRC, taking DRC insurers to Kenya, taking Malawi hospitals to Tanzania. And that's why we are talking about how do we address this market opportunity together. The youth and their aspects of how they engage on technology. How do we look at this landscape in terms of the improving governance and the focus on diversification? And the fact that there are already so many investments on the infrastructure that provide the fundamental platform for which technology can permeate all sectors, including health. But despite this, there are still challenges. If you go to the next slide. We operate in a price-sensitive market. And there is a shortage of labor. There are still challenges in some of our marginalized areas as far as infrastructure is concerned. We have supply chain challenges and logistical challenges, and sometimes we have regulatory regimes that are not conducive to the growth that we want to aspire. And there's a high cost of securing capital. But beyond this, if you go to the next slide, there is still opportunity. The Africa Development Bank has projected Africa's GDP to grow at 4.1% as at 2022. It has slowed down from 2021. I think after COVID, we really ran in terms of economic recovery due to various macroeconomic factors. But indeed, it still sounds and is very vibrant and is expected to continue as per World Bank statistics to 3.3%. Yet, in the midst of the global economy, which is facing a decline in terms of global growth and inflation that has been spurred by adverse weather conditions, Russia, Ukraine, and many other Chinese, Taiwan issues that have been there. And this informs us, what measures do we have to take? And I go back to the story that I was painting before on mobile telephony. At one point in time, we were described as having peculiar habits. And I remember that was a joke that permeated. But yet, in the midst of that, we have become the best in terms of world-class mobile solutions. And we believe that such unique opportunities abide and can become quite ubiquitous in health. And we believe that what we shall launch today will be a clear demonstration of how as smart we intend to address that particular opportunity. We look at the impact of the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement, and we see the impact that it's having in all sectors, including health. And we see that digital health will create 3 million new jobs by 2030. And this has then seen that such actors like the World Health Organizations forming digital health departments and formulating a 5-year digital health plan. Africa is right in the middle of it. So as we look at how do we accelerate on the background of this growth and market opportunity, where statistics show that 14% of business opportunities in global health are expected to be in Africa by 2030. This shows that we need to move fast. And some of the pillars that we want to spotlight on today are as follows. Just move to the next slide, please. Next slide. One is on agility. As institutions, we must be able to be agile by having dynamic financing models. And that fosters creation of unique, innovative insurance products and unique and innovative healthcare facility service and delivery models. We must look at invention, and not invention just alone, but invention with adoption, and bold partnerships that then drive policy change. We always say that policy follows innovation, and that is a bold statement that we are making today. Next slide. Next pick. 2 is cost management. As I mentioned, Africa is a price-sensitive market, but using data, and I'm glad that I'm looking at partners today whom we are working very closely on the data insights on healthcare, we can surmount the challenges and come up with solutions as far as pricing is concerned. The issue of digitization and lowering our labor costs through optimization of operational efficiencies, through the technology solutions that we deploy, are also vital. And with that comes the continuous engagement with our stakeholders, our consumers, towards driving behavior change. And one of these channels that we are indeed very keen on, and will be showing you how we do engage on this, is through using mobile telephony as a channel. Next click, please. We must also reinvent our healthcare products and service delivery models. And on the background of what we are going to be demonstrating today is the advent of telehealth, remote diagnostics, e-pharma, and convenience. Our customer today demands convenience, and that is what will birth innovative healthcare and sustainable models into the future. And finally, next click, is tapping into the online community, which is looking at the fact that more than 70% of our population today are the youth. And we are seeing wellness issues emerging from this class. We are seeing the need to have more healthcare awareness and to drive costs and accessibility to this particular segment. And some of the insights, when we look closer home into how the healthcare landscape has been in the last 3 years in Kenya, tell a story. Next slide. If we look at our patient traffic across the last 2 years in Kenya, comparing the post-pandemic, as we're just coming out of the pandemic in 2020 to 2021, we will see across these particular sample countries that we have analyzed that there was an 8% increase in patient traffic, patient visits to hospitals in Kenya, which led to a 22% jump in costs. And that shows that indeed we need to think around how are the costing models, and are they in tandem with the situational or diagnostic elements that come out of it. Uganda, which probably had a longer stay in terms of their lockdowns, had a very high growth in terms of both visits and amount spent. This is because we had a longer lockdown in Uganda. Children stayed out of school for almost 2 years. That went all the way to 2021. And that means that definitely there were perspectives that led to the jump in traffic. Rwanda saw a 28% jump in patient traffic and a 38% jump in amount spent. Somalia was a unique scenario because they had fewer visits coming from 2020 to 2021, but the amount spent increased. Sudan, the same, had 19% increase in patient traffic and 31% increase in costs or amounts charged or transacted within the healthcare ecosystem. Zambia had a 6% increase in patient traffic and a 24% increase in amount spent. Tanzania is also a unique one because it had a tremendous jump in patient traffic and amount spent as indicated. And this can be attested to the fact that within that year, we undertook an expansion exercise within Tanzania that actually brought on board many healthcare service providers into the smart ecosystem. But overall, we see a picture of a 52% growth in patient visits, which alludes to the demand that is there for healthcare services and healthcare products, and a significant jump in healthcare costs at 79%. In 2021 into 2022, how does the picture look like? And this we are comparing January to October, 10 months in perspective for both years. And we see the picture has started to change for Kenya. In Kenya, we see that indeed the amount of patient visits increased to 14%, by 14% from 2021, but the amount spent has not increased at the same rate or higher, 7%, which means that there are working mechanisms between payers and providers to drive different cost models. And I know we've been involved in some of those conversations in terms of early payment discounts, in terms of how do we have packages that are conducive and sustainable for our medical insurance sector and payer and providers alike. And that's what the picture is looking like. And I believe that with this continued engagement, we shall be able to even have a better picture into the next year. In Uganda, the costs actually grew at double a higher rate than the patient visits. And this is something that we are closely examining and working with the different healthcare stakeholders there, both hospitals and medical insurances. Has been born from the changes in pricing on various services. And we can see that some of the traffic that actually was in Uganda has spilled over to Kenya with the opening up of travel across the borders in 2022. Some of actually our healthcare facilities are benefiting from the high cost of healthcare in Uganda, and some of that traffic is ending up in our hospitals. In Rwanda, the same trend as Kenya has prevailed, where despite the increase in patient visits, which is also in tandem with the growth of the insurance sector there, the costs have not grown at the same rate at only 12%. Somalia has shown a different change, again driven by the fact that there have been more healthcare facilities within the smart ecosystem, and this has moved in tandem with both patient visits and healthcare amounts that have been transacted. South Sudan has also had the same effect as we have seen in Uganda, primarily driven by the fact that a number of South Sudanese healthcare facilities increased their pricing significantly, and a number of South Sudan actually nationals seek treatment in Uganda, and this, though, are charged within the medical insurance companies in South Sudan, have trickled down to that effect in terms of amounts being charged because of those expatriation costs. Zambia had a marginal increase in terms of patients who went to seek services, in terms of visits, and a marginal increase in terms of the amounts that have been spent. And perhaps that is reflective of the good governance that President Hichilema's government has put in place. Tanzania's visits also grew. There's been a lot of traffic between Kenyan nationals into Tanzania within this current particular year, but that has not grown in tandem or at the same rate as the amounts being spent, and therefore we can see that there's only been an 18% growth. So overall, in 2022, we are seeing that on average across these countries, across the East African region, the amounts that are being spent vis-a-vis the trend in terms of patient visits are moving at the same percentage. And this calls for us to see how we can take advantage of the East African community to achieve the growth within our businesses. Looking closer are the specific patient factors, if we move to the next slide, where we talk about patient traffic, particularly in Kenya. And some of these analysis actually points to a trend that we can relate to in terms of our events that have happened within our economy and our nation. Within the months of January and February in 2020 into 2021, that is January, February 2021, we were coming from a lockdown period. And I believe schools had not been open at that period, and therefore there was a decline in terms of visits. But across we can see as the country opened up, the percentage of hospital visits increased, and getting to the highest increase in December 2021 at 49%. There were peaks in April at 47%, and in August, primarily driven around the school holidays, and engagements around the weather around that period. Coming closer to 2022, we do see that within March, there was a decline of 6%. And it's interesting, between February and March, if we all recall, that is when the government announced a significant jump in fuel costs. So what does it tell us? Should the government continue increasing fuel costs so that we become healthier? And perhaps, can we address that particular issue? Because probably it could also point to a sign where patients didn't go to hospitals for reasons which could have led to more aggravated issues that saw the high jump in May, that perhaps we should bring healthcare closer to the comfort of the patients that we serve. In August, there was also a dip at negative 8%. Traffic reduced the healthcare facilities by negative 8%. And what does that tell us once again? That we should have more elections to become healthier. And therefore, these perspectives are telling us what can we do during these periods to ensure that we have a healthier population that we serve, but we drive cost effectiveness. If we look at 2020, because of the lockdowns, the traffic was concentrated in the main cities. Nairobi, Kajiado, Nakuru, around the healthcare facilities in those town centers, where people were not able to move past the county boundaries. But in 2021, we started seeing traffic growing from other towns, Uasin Gishu, Samburu, Nyeri, and Machakos, just to name but a few. And therefore, in 2022, we see that high traffic again has come back to the main cities. And is that now a story around urban, rural migration, and then rural back to urban migration? Again, this has shifted within the electioneering period, where we saw also traffic going back to the rural areas or rural-based healthcare facilities as people went to vote. And again, we also saw a contraction in terms of traffic to the rural facilities in February and March, when the fuel price hike was effected. If we are able to plan using data, then we can be able to ensure that the healthcare needs of our consumers are met at the right point in time, cost effectively by the products that we deliver, and also in partnership between the healthcare facilities and medical insurance and medical scheme administrators in this conversation. We as SMART are here to walk this journey with you through our data analytics and insights products. Another area that I would like to talk about, if we go to the next slide, that is very key in our society today, is when we look at the elements of average costs of treatment. And we know that as per ACI statistics and IRA published statistics, that 2020 is a very unique year because medical insurance companies made significant profit. It's a record-breaking profit within that year. And this was largely driven by the frequency of visits during the COVID pandemic. In 2021, we were still having some aspects of COVID playing a role in terms of heightened healthcare costs. And that is reflective of the number of admissions that we see also in 2021. And therefore, we see that the outpatient average cost per visit rose from 7,392 in 2020 to 8,349 in 2021. But this has, again, leveled out to 7,581 in 2022. Inpatient, which had risen statistically in terms of average cost per patient treatment, has also gone down to 136,845 shillings per patient treated or per admission, down from the 178,000 at the peak in 2021. However, there is an ask when it comes to medication and lab tests, because when we look at the trend on medication, but specifically, we see that there is a lot of focus that needs to be applied towards interventions to bring medication costs down. Say medication actually at the moment is actually now going to the to actually 60% of an outpatient visit costs, up from 45% where it was 2 years ago. And we must look at our prescribing regimen. We must look at our treatment guidelines jointly for sustainability of our healthcare facility business and our medical insurance business. Labs as well have gone up, and we believe that there are interventions that can be applied. We can see how we can bring the cost of reagents and equipments in diagnostics, taking advantage of cutting-edge technology that is out there to be able to reduce these costs. We can take advantage of local manufacturers in our pharmacy segment, in our pharmaceutical industry, to lower costs. There's been a persistent discussion around branded versus generic. This is a high time that we came together as healthcare facilities and healthcare insurance companies to address this particular issue. Another interesting perspective is that general practitioner visits, GP visits, have increased by 23%, while specialist doctor visits reduced by 10%. And I don't know if this is a good indicator in terms of co-pays that have been levied for specialist visits, or it informs our conversations around the need of affordability for specialist care. And especially when we talk about our NCD burden that we are seeing growing year on year as a country. These are conversations that we must have to bring the average cost of healthcare to be more accessible to our consumers, and in turn to widen the market from the 2 million Kenyans who are accessing private medical care today to the 50 million Kenyans, which is the total populace. For this, we must work very closely together. If we look at the clinical aspects, the diagnostic aspects, and compare 2021 to 2022, let's go to the next slide. We see that in 2021, there was a lot of sensitivity to anything that had a cough. And that's why we see that the leading diagnosis was pneumonia. Whilst in 2022, as a sign of widespread vaccination in our population, pneumonia has fallen off. But it's still something to watch for in terms of the dangers of that disease. And I'm glad today I saw one of our insurance companies actually announcing a campaign for pneumonia vaccination. And therefore, we've gone back to what we call more of lifestyle ailments prevailing in 2022, with dentistry driving the highest traffic in 2022, and optometry or opticals. That's why you have dental caries and myopia as the leading diagnosis in terms of traffic in 2022. So this can inform areas that we can focus in terms of bringing the costs down healthcare awareness, moving away from creative to preventative engagements with our consumers to be able to bring the costs of healthcare down. In terms of costs, when we look at how does it look like from a cost perspective, again, we are seeing pneumonia being in the top two, because the treatment for pneumonia definitely is on a regimen that can require some high levels of admission, HDU and ICU. But at the top, we still see dentistry in terms of pulpitis and gingivitis. But in 2022, we also see an area that has been of concern. And that is, in the top two, we have an NCD, myeloma. And that means that we really need to look at the NCD burden that we face today, especially when you look at cancers, diabetes, and hypertension, all which are informing and driving costs up. And how do we move our consumers to be more aware of these conditions in terms of messaging and education? And ASMART will provide you with the platforms to be able to do that through the various mechanisms which we serve our mutual patients on as they access healthcare facilities and as they access the medical insurance policies within what we shall launch today. I am very happy to see that amongst the top 5 in 2022, we are looking at a heightened engagement on wellness. And I'm happy because a number of both insurance companies and healthcare facilities in this very room have partnered to be able to bring wellness into the minds of our consumers and be able to see this as a way that we can ensure that our consumers don't fall into NCDs that can be prevented and other preventable diseases. Go to the next slide. One of the topics that also we saw as an area of concern in 2020 and 2021 into 2022 was on mental health. And mental health is also one of the key areas that we are seeing in terms of benefit packages that is emerging. And I want to commend the insurance companies and healthcare facilities in terms of partnering in this area. However, we are still seeing a high occurrence of depression and anxiety. And I'm happy that as I stand here today, we have within the group a platform, Bonga, which is accessible on Capital FM, one of our partners, the sister companies, and which we shall be bringing to the fore to you through what we shall be launching today. But indeed, it informs that the conversations around mental health programs and awareness must continue. The efforts must not decline because we feel that we have gone through the post-COVID and post-electioneering period. The issues are still there, and our consumers need to be aptly provided with services towards mental health. As I come to wind up, next slide. What are the broad economic drivers for our healthcare segment? One is to invest locally. I believe that the solutions we have are within the confines of our local partners. We must identify and support the industries that will drive healthcare business recovery, including local pharmaceutical companies, local diagnostic companies, local technology service providers, and ensure that we support them. We must promote domestic spending. I believe that there's no reason why Kenya and East African and African healthcare facilities cannot be the hub of medical tourism. And we must protect our local businesses through what will be effective policy in terms of ensuring that we are providing Africa-born and relative solutions. And we must safeguard the healthcare industry as a key industry in terms of our national security. And finally, we must also see how we can promote our healthcare exports, and that is what I talked about in terms of medical tourism, back into our local healthcare facilities and local medical insurance products. Next slide. A McKinsey report shows that the impact of better health can add $12 trillion in our global GDP. And Africa, as I mentioned in my first slide, is where 14% of global healthcare market growth will be in this period to 2030. We can indeed look at this as a national agenda. Reduced mortality increases our working age population. We are all happy when our employees are able to report to work and be more productive because of better health. And we end up having happier citizens. And therefore, as we stand today in this agenda of accelerating healthcare growth and profitability, it is on this background that indeed the picture is broader than just serving the patient. It is a national good and plays into our national GDPs. And therefore, as I come to conclude, next slide, we can see that the data shows that the healthcare industry is on a recovery path from the pandemic, which resulted in strained healthcare systems globally. Africa has bounced back and is well positioned to be the healthcare hub of the near future. We must leverage on indigenous technologies, innovation, to accelerate access and management of healthcare. And as well, must complement our decision making by data insights for faster, more efficient healthcare service delivery that is cost effective at all levels. And that can only be through partnerships. We are glad and honored that you have given us the opportunity to work with you in terms of these data insights, in terms of relevant technology solutions, to achieve enhanced cost control model innovations, to achieve enhanced medical insurance product innovations. And as today we look at one of the elements I talked about in terms of technology, the mobile phone and its penetration in Africa, we are clear that we shall offer ready platforms for accessible e-health solutions, which are patient-focused, that are reliable, convenient, and that are smart. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for your audience.
It's fantastic. Help me appreciate our group managing director once again with a round of applause. Definitely, we're just listening to you and we can be able to attest to the growth, to the strategy, and also the plans that you have, especially in this healthcare vertical, and we appreciate your input. Thank you so much to our group MD. We appreciate you once again. All right, fantastic. We are good to have each and every one of you here. Also to our online audience, we thank you for being engaged, and we're looking forward to having a fantastic session even as we proceed. Before I call upon the next speaker, I just want to confirm, do we all have our vouchers? Let me see by a show of hands. Who doesn't have a voucher? Okay, and let me see by a show of hands. How many of us have received a voucher from our team, from the Smart Applications team? We all have a voucher. We need to make sure that we all have vouchers. We have some giveaways that we are going to give shortly, and we want to make sure that we all participate in this great initiative, and probably you will definitely come out of this place as a winner of one of the products that we are going to mention shortly. All right, fantastic. Now our next speaker is our guest speaker, and ladies and gentlemen, he is currently the chairman of the Kenya Healthcare Federation. He is also the CEO at the Metropolitan Hospital and is also a director at MedSource Group Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, he is also a founding member and the first healthcare governor in KEPSA. And he is also the chairman of the Kenya Association of Hospitals. This is a man who is well versed with really key responsibilities in this vertical. He is also passionate about the enabling role of ICT in health, and he's also instrumental in the design and the development of hospital information management software, AMS 2000, which is currently in use in several hospitals and e-care. He is also the first digital catering platform, which is the first catering platform in the hospital. Ladies and gentlemen, he's also keen on healthcare policy and implementation of sustainable healthcare systems. Let's put our hands together as we appreciate Dr. Kanyenje Gakombe as he comes to the podium to give us the next address. Welcome.
Thank you. I shan't be here for long because I'm a patient. I'm walking on a clutch, so I am one of those that the CEO Smart is talking about as a number in a database. But my real problem is that I had a dislocation. I've been grounded for about 6 weeks. But I'm now back on my feet, and this is my first function post-injury. And I'm very, very pleased to be here for very many reasons. The first is that I've had a ringside seat in Smart's journey. From the time that they were not as smart as they are today, when they brought me a box, said, you identify patients using that box. And we had interesting conversations, and I can attest to the fact that what next is not just an idle statement. We had conversations, and Smart has moved very, very far from that box to today's virtual reality. I'm also very happy to be here because I know that our industry has made a lot of progress in integrating payers and providers, and Smart has been a leader in that space. I can go back to a time when providers and payers were in a mutually suspicious relationship. And you know, it is very, very difficult to have a good relationship when you are suspicious of the partner you are spending significant amounts of time with, and you have to look after children in the family called patients. And those patients used to suffer, and occasionally still suffer, as we argue back and forth about membership, about benefits, about identification. And it's a lot easier today than it was then, because there are often times when the process took longer than the treatment. And patients who had smart cards or who were insured felt far worse off than those who were paying cash, because cash was the express queue and the insured arrangement was snail pace with many starters. It was Nairobi traffic at its worst. Today, the systems are much smarter, and the smart queue is a smarter queue for many who access service. And I'm happy because I know that the foundation that has been set is a foundation to many other benefits. I look forward to a time when patients will not need to go to Aga Khan and start the same things we did in Metropolitan Hospital. Because right now, that part of the ecosystem is still work in progress. But like many things, the foundations are what take the most significant time, so it's a lot easier to do that connection, and I know there are teams working on it, including the KHF Digital Health Committee, to find a way to create patient data portability. And that is crucial because patients are not a snapshot. Patients are not a selfie. We have a life cycle, For many, that life cycle could be 100+ years. For others, it may be 60 years. The long and short is that people do live for a long time after they are born. And the more we know about them from the time of birth, in fact, from the time of conception, we may not, we are made in God's image. And we are told he knows us even before we are born. Now, we in healthcare do not have the ability to know kids before they are born, but we can certainly know a lot from the point of conception. And before that, even the genetic counseling that is now going on with couples that are about to marry, so that you know what you're signing for. And for those who are going further, even to gene editing. The reality is, the more we know about a person, the better the treatment we can offer them. Today, when we get somebody who has diabetes or hypertension, we depend on the sugar readings we take on that day. And a notebook they may come along with where they have been chatting at home. How much better it would be if indeed even the data at home was available to the clinician who is attending that patient, so that they know how the sugar was last month and how it is as taken by a hospital when the sugar has just shot up, because hospitals are not generally places many people want to be. SMART and others in this space, and we working together, have an opportunity to move from taking a selfie to having a video, to having a life's journey of the person that we are looking after. And because healthcare is very process-driven, and process-driven industries are very dependent on communication, we have a chance to remove the silos. And I'm sure many of you have had these annoying encounters where you go and see the doctor and he asks for your name and your age and your sex. Then you go to X-ray, they repeat the questions. And you go to the lab, they add a few more questions, but they repeat the same ones. And you begin to ask yourself, don't these people ever talk to each other? What's wrong with them? Informatics, ICT, offers us an opportunity to never ask a patient to repeat their date of birth, to tell us again their pre-existing conditions, to have to let us know whether they are, and remember, many of us do arrive in medical facilities unconscious. Even if you wanted to tell your story, you are not in a position to. And clinicians in emergency rooms are reduced to intelligent guesswork, because the data is sitting somewhere in a server that belongs to an insurance company, or belongs to SMART, or belongs to another hospital, or even within the very same medical facility, except that this time, instead of seeing an orthopedic surgeon like I'm doing, you are seeing the endocrinologist. And they have no clue who you are, because everything is in a silo belonging to someone else. So the greater the communication that we can have between us, the better the care we can provide to the people for whom all of us in this room, perhaps with the exception of those with the cameras, exist to serve. Because it's absolutely important that we remember our sole reason for existence, whether as medical insurance or healthcare providers, is the patient. If disease ceased to exist, if ill health was no longer an issue, if health stopped being a consideration, then we'd all have to look for alternative things to do. And it is therefore extremely important that whenever we have conversations between us, they must be patient-centered. We must always ask, what is it that Smart can bring to the table, Metropolitan can bring to the table, the insurers can bring to the table to improve outcomes for that very, very important person that we serve. We are here at a time of change. COVID did save us many trees because Harrison and people like myself and a few other leaders in the industry had been driving the agenda of getting rid of papers as a medium of communication between us, payers and providers. And COVID did, in 3 short months, what he had been attempting to do for close to 12 years. And as a result, there are many more trees that will continue to exist because the volumes of papers we are shuttling between us are no longer required. It's a much smarter and virtual world. I want to say that the Kenya Healthcare Federation, which I lead, kwa sasa, I can only do 1 more term and then I'm out. And I've been there since the beginning because I was at the table when it was formed, is very, very, very committed to the agenda of digital health. And we are committed not for the sake of it. We are committed not because it's a nice to have. We are committed because we feel it's an absolute imperative. There is no option but to go that way. And indeed, if you look at the leading organizations in Africa and the world today, all of them, when you strip everything away, are basically technology-driven enterprises. Your bank today is technology around which somebody has put a shuka and called Equity Bank or Kenya Commercial Bank or whichever bank it is. If you pull out the technology, there is no bank anymore. I don't think there is a bank today or any leading organization today that you can take away the technology and they continue to function. They simply do not know how it is to be manual again. There was a time, there was dual operations. But today, if you take the system that we use in Metropolitan Hospital out, we honestly do not know what to do. The doctors we have long forgot how to write a manual prescription. We do not have them as standby. We don't have a plan B. And I suspect we are not alone. If Safaricom systems fail today, we'll all be, well, I don't know what we'll do. I was about to say we'll all be calling neighbors to tell them I can't send you that money. Then I realized even to make the call, you need the platform. We would simply go back to the Stone Age, to a time which is today unimaginable. So we will continue to do what we can because healthcare has gone beyond the standalone organization, clinic, hospital, to a fully integrated ecosystem where you have the patient at one end and a manufacturer at the other extreme, and all of them are enabled by technology to take service all the way to the patient. Whether it's supply chain or payment processes or the technology to make diagnosis or the technology to run the hospital, every single aspect is technologically driven. Technology is also a disruptor. And those of us here, I assume you selected the converted, I don't want to say it is for people such as this that Smart came. I assume all of us in this space are those who have seen the light. I know there are some who are still being recruited. But the point is that there is change. And if we do not take into account the disruptive capabilities of ICT, then we may find ourselves a footnote in commercial history, that once upon a time there was an organization that went by this name, but technology put them in the grave. We've been in radiology for a long time, but we've now been offered teleradiology by an Egyptian company. The technology is from Egypt, the radiologists are from Egypt, but they are licensed to practice in the UK. And because we have a digital doctor credentialing platform, we are able to credential doctors from anywhere in the world, because they can send us all their papers through a portal and we can credential them. So Kenyan radiologists, if there are any in the room, your competition is not Kenyan radiologists. It is radiologists from Greece and Outer Mongolia and anywhere else where there is a link and somebody is able to read and report in English. That's a competition. There are a few issues with regulation. Regulation is a bit behind, but once those are cracked, the competition for the hospital will be digital companies that are not traditionally healthcare companies. And indeed, you've seen Safaricom has moved into this space through CarePay. And there'll be many other entrants that will come not from the traditional line as we know it, but from elsewhere. And they'll come to disrupt because they do not know the normal rules of the game that we usually play by. They'll be coming to ask why things cannot be done differently. So we are in an exciting time. I believe this is a time for our continent, because the biggest resource in ICT is people, bright people, many young people, energetic people, and Africa is full of such people. So we have an opportunity not to be net recipients of global solutions, but to be exporters. And one of the things that has pleased me the most today is to hear that SMART has even become smarter and stopped looking to Israel for solutions. Because one of the things that has hindered innovation is getting solutions from other markets. A, because of cost, because they are not cheap, and B, because the people in that country can't possibly understand what happens in this peculiar continent. So the solutions they have are not fit for purpose. And the solutions we'll develop here, be they insurance solutions or integrative solutions, will be the ones that will leapfrog our healthcare, because they truly take into account the challenges we have here. And if you had a COVID vaccination, then you know the true value of a digital ecosystem. Because I want you to imagine COVID vaccination with yellow cards, like the one for yellow fever, you know, and ask yourself how many Kenyans would have managed to vaccinate dose 1 and the chaos of dose 2 and the booster if we are using that historical yellow card. M-Chanjo, whatever its limitations, made it possible to be vaccinated anywhere for dose 1 and dose 2, and to have an audit trail of who had been fully vaccinated. And as I go back to my seat, I want to ask all of us to truly embrace the digital changes that are coming, because one, they are not avoidable, there's really no option, and secondly, they can make our organizations much more effective and efficient and help us solve many of the problems we have in achieving universal health coverage, because universal health coverage will require that we have quality health care, that the health care is affordable, that the healthcare workers we employ are paid a decent wage, and that we can scale the number of people we cover from the 2 million. Even if you count NHIF, it is 10 million. We have another 40 million to cover, and it is not going to be possible to reach them through manual systems. It helps us to benchmark, to compare results, to learn, and to become much, much better. When we had COVID, we compared, our system automatically compares doctors' outcomes. And we quickly picked one doctor who was an outlier, younger than the others, female. We began to ask what she was doing different. And the long and short is that by picking this one outlier very quickly, we changed our management protocols and we had excellent COVID outcomes. We began to train others on what to do because data had helped us identify someone who seemed to be achieving better results than the rest. Was she more competent than her colleagues? No. But there were factors that made her outcomes better. So technology offers us an opportunity for hospitals to learn from each other, for payers to learn from each other, for clinicians to get out of their comfort zones, because our traditional hierarchy is the older, the better. And that in itself increases cost because we all now go to queue at the older doctor's office because they are better known. And yet, there are doctors, younger, less known, with newer training, but because you can't freely advertise, and because there is no data house, then we judge on the basis of perception. And that increases the number of people in my queue. And since a doctor's time is not elastic, how do you manage the problem of an endless queue? You raise your price. Basic economics. Raise the price to try and reduce the number. Queue doesn't get short enough, raise the price again, and then a lot of people start saying that healthcare is expensive, but it's expensive because they are all fighting to go through one door, and the other places in Metropolitan and Gertrude's and elsewhere where the service is cheaper, the queue is shorter, and the quality outcomes are exactly the same. So ladies and gentlemen, let's work with SMART and let's work with each other. Let's work with our government, because even the government has gone digital to make Kenya a truly Silicon Savannah and move away from being a net importer of solutions to be the place that is known for digital health innovations. We cannot rely on our runners and our flower growers and a few other people to be the ones flying, and the tourism industry, to be the ones flying the Kenyan flag. Let's make sure that healthcare is among those things that Kenya is truly known for. Thank you.
That was absolutely fantastic. It's actually great when you have a speaker who understands where the company has come from and actually visibly seen where it has come from to where it is currently now. And we appreciate our guest speaker for your words of wisdom, for your leadership, and thank you so much. We appreciate for that. Ladies and gentlemen, help me appreciate our guest speaker one more time, Dr. Bakombe, with a round of applause. Fantastic. And even as we proceed, we know that our chief guests are also seated here at the front tables. We have a very good representation of CEOs within this industry. Ladies and gentlemen, our delegates on the floor, help me appreciate them with a round of applause, please. We are glad to have you here, and we appreciate your patronage. And even as we proceed, first of all, I want to inform you that we have quite a number of good vouchers that we have lined up. So we are going to give it in two stages. So we have a few vouchers from the Avenue Healthcare, and we have our CEO from Avenue Healthcare, Imran Yusuf Osman. Is he here? Yes. He is not here. Is he here? No. All right. So we have some vouchers, courtesy of the Avenue Healthcare. And now I would like to hand over just a few vouchers. This is courtesy of the Nairobi ENT Clinic. I am informed it is the best ENT in Africa. All right. And we have a few vouchers that are there. I'd like to request the Smart Applications team, if you have the bowl for the vouchers, so that we can be able just to do that presentation. I have these vouchers that I'd like to give out before we break. And this is an executive hearing wellness screening, all right, which has been paid for courtesy of the Nairobi ENT Clinic. All right, fantastic. Okay. All right, so we want to see, I am confident that we all have our vouchers ready. Or you want to put yours in? Okay. No one is going to be left behind. All right, fantastic. So we want to see who is going to get this first voucher of the executive hearing wellness screening. Okay. Voucher number 85, where are you? 85? 85 going once, 85 going twice, going, and gone. All right, we get another one, yes. This is quite tricky. Either or, okay, let's see. This is voucher number 009. 009, going once, going twice, gone. Voucher number 600. 600? Where? 600? It's 9. Is it 009? That is not the one. That is not the one. Let me see. We need to get a winner here, okay? Voucher number 096. 096. Going once. Do we have the right vouchers? Going twice. Gone. Let me just call out one more. We need to confirm that. All right. Voucher number 960. 960. Where are you? Please, if you want to stand up to rise to your feet, tafadhali. 960. Please appreciate him as he comes to the front. As he comes to the front. Makofi tafadhali. Congratulations, you have been awarded an executive hearing wellness screening courtesy of the Nairobi ENT Clinic. Let's just confirm this also. All right. Oh, okay. All right. Congratulations. Makofi tafadhali. Great. Voucher number 180. Voucher number 180. 180. Going once. Going twice. Gone. Voucher number 126. Voucher number 126. Going once. 126. Going twice. Gone. Voucher number 157. 157. Please come to the front, please. Let's appreciate her with a round of applause. Asante sana. Congratulations. There is your free pass, courtesy of the Nairobi ENT Clinic, the best clinic in Africa. Voucher number 042. 042. Going once. Going twice. I wish we had speakers in our refreshment areas out there. Going twice. Gone. Voucher number 187. 187. 187. Going once, twice, gone. 176. Yes, let's appreciate the lovely lady as she comes. Been awarded an executive hearing wellness. They've said you mark your ear well. All right. Need to confirm this. All right. All right. Congratulations once again. Finally, the last one. Let's mix this up well. Voucher number 098. Voucher number 098. The flip side of this ticket is that if I turn it, it is 860. So I need to confirm what you're looking at. 098 860. Okay, we just want to make sure that we give out the final voucher number 192. 192. Voucher number 192. Going once, twice, and gone. Voucher number 061. 061. 061, yes. I was getting worried about the men in the room. All right, congratulations. Help me appreciate him with a round of applause. I can hold the bowl for you. You can now take the lovely picture with him as he receives that. Great. Congratulations, congratulations. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we want to break for just 10 minutes. This is our health break. If you need to freshen up, grab a cup of coffee, a glass of water. We want to give you exactly 10 minutes for you to do that so that now we can be able to be here back in the next 10 minutes. It's currently 9:46. We want to start and go live again at exactly 9:56. To our fellow viewers, please stay tuned and we're going to be back shortly. Thank you and karibu once again. Check 1, 2. All right, fellow delegates, please, if we can all have our seats so that we can proceed with the session, please. Fellow delegates on the floor and for the ones also serving out there, please, kindly let us all have our seats. All right, let's all have our seats, please. Let's all have our seats, please. Then we can be able to proceed. Thank you. All right, great. I believe that we are good to go. Just want to do a final call to our delegates who are also out there. Have each and every one of you here with us. And at this particular point in time, please turn to the person who is seated next to you and tell them it's time for the panel. It is time for the panel. The wealth of wisdom nuggets that are going to be shared on this particular panel, let me tell you one thing, it's going to be absolutely life-changing. At this particular point in time, ladies and gentlemen, I have the privilege and the honor of calling upon the moderator, who is currently the lead founder of Seven Springs Hub, a premier health management consultancy company that was established in February 2018. It actually deals with various consultancy projects on matters related to offering holistic care management solutions from Medicare, training, coaching solutions, and also sustainable health insurance models, which are cost-effective healthcare service delivery and medical value travel. She has over 5 years, 10 years, 12 years, 14 years experience in healthcare insurance, having led one of the largest medical insurance businesses in East Africa at Britam General Insurance. She is well-versed, hands-on, and she understands this sector par excellence. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for our moderator. This is none other than Effie Mbugwa as she comes to the front. Lovely lady, full of this expertise, poise, and a pinch of class as she moderates the session. A round of applause once again.
Thank you very much, Ian. Ian, in medical, if you tell them to dance, we'll dance until tomorrow. But that was a good catch-up after tea break. Good morning, everyone. Great. Allow us to start with a recap of what happened last year before I invite the panelists this morning. Last year, 11th November 2021, first edition or inaugural Smart Summit happened at the Movenpick Hotel. And we came off there with declarations, which we call the Smart Summit Declarations or Resolution. And we had 5 key agendas that we have worked on. There's a technical team that I know is also present in this house. We have met consistently and been able to deliberate and work towards many aspects, one which will be the launch of today. One area of key concern was the aspect of data sharing. How do we work on this as an ecosystem? We did work around it as a team, and we were able to fully engage the healthcare stakeholders enterprise framework and developed a technical architecture for the same. A second aspect that was key was the element of discussion around digital files. How and why and how was this to be achieved? There was a proposed mode of sharing data, still work in progress because we know where we are as a continent and as a country. Health information exchange began and is still continuing, and out of that, again, a framework was developed. Still work in progress. We hope during this second edition, we can achieve more, or rather upscale what we have at hand. And this again was pioneered by SMART. Then the third element was an AI application in claims adjudication. Very key, in line with what the group managing director shared and the entire team inclusive of the chairman. Where are we moving to? What are we able to do? What are we able to change even in this VUCA world? Because yes, in healthcare we always say sometimes it's gone crazy, it's too busy to even find time to do many things, but we've got to stop, we've got to pause and look for a way out, that we can work with continued vision, clarity, understanding, and be able to continue to be agile, so that we do not live in these ambiguous times that many things are changing that are complex in the healthcare sector. So out of that, a progressive implementation on the new release of the smart architecture was also developed, which is part of what will be launched today. So I don't want to let the cats out of the bag. And then the other aspect we did discuss and came out with from that resolution was to look at an industry-led cyber security forum. And this is not only being championed by SMART. You're welcome. Other stakeholders are invited to come and engage on this conversation. If you have training solutions available, or if you are able to offer this solution, you are invited to partner so that we can make this a reality and make this a dream as a country and as a continent. The fifth aspect was business intelligence. We are aware that each and every business is working on the digital platforms, is working to improve, to innovate, to upscale what they have. And as a committee then that was formed, the resolution then was to redesign the smart health and provide a more integrated HMIS approach with more analytics. And I believe the description today and the understanding that we live here with is not the same that we came in with. We've seen the data that has been shared from OPD, IPD, to NCDs, to mental health. It's more granulated, and I'm sure we all appreciate that. Let's give a clap to the SMART team. So as we work together, those are the 5 key aspects that we are saying are continually going to be upgraded and upscaled. And we invite more people to join the technical committee who are willing to give of their time to make this a reality for our country. Thank you. Having said that, I now take the distinguished opportunity to invite our panelists. We are really honored to have key leaders in the industry in the house today, ready to share and ready to just ignite this conversation and trigger more thoughts around it, because together we can make it with a unity of purpose. So I'd like to start off with one of our virtual participants, Mr. McDonald Weller, all the way from Malawi. Mr. McDonald Weller is a seasoned insurance practitioner. He holds a bachelor's degree in business administration. He is the current CEO of Weller Medical Aid Society. I hope you're online there. Good to see you, Mr. Weller. Karibu sana, as we say in Kenya. He's one of our virtual participants. Karibu sana. I would also like to invite on stage Mr. Daniel. I can see him in the house. Karibu sana, Mr. Daniel, all the way from South Africa. Intentionally, very intentionally. Do have a seat, Mr. Daniel. He's a versatile leader. He's also the head of the International Private Medical Insurance at the Unisure Group. He has a rich career spanning over 25 years in private healthcare financing in South Africa and the broader African continent. Ladies and gentlemen, please give him a round of applause all the way for the Smart Summit today. Karibu, Mr. Daniel. Oh, wow. I see you know this one. And I would like to invite Dr. Gakombe Kanyenje. We already had his rich profile. He indeed is a trailblazer in this industry, causing ripples of innovation. Once again, karibu sana, Dr. Gakombe, as we engage on this conversation. I don't know whether Angela Okinda is yet in the house. Are you here yet, Angela? Or you'd like, is she joining online? Maybe a change of thought? Okay. All right, we shall continue. Dr. Harold Anderson, all the way from Tanzania. He's also virtual. He is an accomplished leader, an expert in management, and currently serves as the CEO officer of Jubilee Health Insurance, Tanzania. We are delighted to have you online, Dr. Harold. He's a certified director of the Institute of Directors, Tanzania, holds a Master's of Business Administration from ESAMI. Mr. Harold has also worked with the AAR Insurance Tanzania, so he brings on a rich wealth of knowledge in this space. Karibu sana as you join us virtually. And I would like to also welcome, yes, please give him a round of applause. Thank you. I would also like to welcome Japheth Ogalo. Japheth is known to many. He's a visionary and transformative leader, passionate, and I mean passionate, about what he does, and especially around the space of technology and innovation. And those of you who have interacted with Japheth, you can actually confirm his energy, his passion is palpable. Karibu sana. He's the current GM of the health, he's the current GM of Old Mutual, he's the current managing director, of Old Mutual Kenya. Karibu sana. So those are our panelists for the day. We shall engage in a conversation as we handle this. And just to let you all know that you have the opportunity to ask questions, and we'll have the Mentimeter also up, so you can also engage virtually. Karibuni sana. And so we have our virtual speakers online. I hope you can hear us, our panelists. And to each and every panelist online and on here on site, I would like to ask a very open general question to all of you. As top leaders in your organizations, whether it's the hospital setup or the insurance or your own business, in just 1 minute, what would you tell us is the significance of big data in your respective spaces? And any of you can take it, and I'll give the online viewers also a next opportunity. Maybe we can start with the physical. So we just pass the mic? Yeah, thank you.
Right. Better? Okay. Thank you very much for the question. From an insurance perspective, and just a little bit of background, the Unisure Group specializes in life and health insurance. We're in about 110 countries as it stands currently, so we work across multiple territories in the world, not just on the African continent. And for us to determine obviously the right products and sufficient pricing for those products in order for them to be sustainable, we are reliant on big data, no doubt. Without data, we cannot price our products adequately, and only relying on the data that we have available from our own membership base is not sufficient. So we have decided as a company to engage in partnerships with companies such as Smart, with existing insurers in country, such as MUA Kenya, that is based here, and multiple others across various regions, in order for us to be able to pool together data in a compliant and in a regulated way to make sure that the products we provide are not only sustainable but priced correctly. So big data is a very, very, very adamant, is a very specific point for us that is very important.
Thank you. I don't know the definition of big data. I'm an amateur in this space, but I tell myself that amateurs have started most of the most important things in the world. So data is everything to us. Because as an organization, we are focused on people, our staff and patients. We are focused on operational excellence, from managing the patient journey to everything else. We are focused on having an impact. We are focused on quality. Data informs everything. Because if we are talking about quality in a hospital setting, peer review is very important, because you have many doctors who are working, many staff who are working, and most of them only know the patient in front of them. If you ask them about their prescription habits, their cost outcomes, their clinical outcomes, they can only tell you about the outcome for the patient they are attending at that point. So data allows us to give them feedback, to provide them with a mirror, to provide them with what we call their practice signature, so that they can look at the data, see how peers are doing, and improve. If it's costing, if it is patient menus, if it's training, everything is driven by the information we collect. Because if you today offer as a training, it may not be relevant. If 10% of the patients we are looking after have respiratory disease, then our training program should be very focused on equipping our staff to better manage respiratory illness. So everything we do, every single day, is data driven. Every question asked, the first issue is, what do the numbers say? And we continue from there. And that's why during COVID, we actually began to publish a COVID dashboard comparing vaccination and admission. And that informed a lot of people about whether vaccination, it wasn't much, but it did inform people about whether vaccination did make a difference or it not. So in Metropolitan, if you want a decision, you've got to show some number, either from our system or someplace else. And that's why we are very excited about the analytics program, because it allows us to benchmark not just with ourselves, but with the rest of the industry. And I would encourage everybody in this room who is a provider to get into that space, because hospital managers like myself and my colleagues who are here, I keep saying that we are like drivers driving at night using a torch for light, because you do not have comparative industry information on which to base the decisions. And I remember the last function I went, and Dr. Nyarango was presenting to us. He told us how Gertrude's, and I believe I have his permission to say this. He explained how they are benchmarking Gertrude's with an international association of pediatric hospitals. That's data informing decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. I think there is a generally accepted principle, and globally, that data is the foundation of any value driver that an organization gets from their business. And that is within our industry and without our industry. But coming specifically now to the industry where I represent, and that is the payers of health cost or insurance for that matter, we use data, and big data for that matter, in our core operations. So my fellow speaker here spoke about product dev, which is a key imperative that data assists us to develop products. But importantly, also, we get to understand our customers. So we get to know their preferences, we get to know what they are looking for, and we are able then to design solutions, because we are moving now from products. You know, traditionally, we have been sitting in our small corner offices and develop what we think would be ideal for our prospective customers. But with data, now we look at what their preferences are to develop the solutions. And that has come in very handy and help us to, you know, products or solutions that resonate with the intended users. The second key point that I wanted to highlight also is that because of big data, we're able to improve on our operations and, you know, operation excellence, because we are all in agreement that the health insurance business is high volume, high volume. We deal with a lot of data, a lot of information, and Dr. Gakombe did mention it earlier. Back in the days when boxes and boxes of, those boxes that the doctors used to have were transferred to our offices. So Dr. Gakombe will have his pile of boxes, and then those are physically transferred. Actually, there was a joke then that some providers used to come with pickups to bring us those pile of boxes. Thanks to technology, now we are looking at those boxes, but electronically, and big data. So that has assisted us to improve on our operations, and also then to make our services accessible to our customers. So data, and big data for that matter, is a key component, a key imperative of everything that we do back in the office as healthcare payers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to now quickly just go to the online viewers, the online panelists. Anderson, are you ready? Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, great. You can just give us your feedback from your end.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Dr. Harold Adamson. I'm currently sitting as a CEO of Jubilee for quite some time, growing in the clinical practices to the level of managing director of AR Healthcare here in Tanzania, but later on joined Jubilee the insurance industry. For me, I usually tell my team, I know my colleagues there have spoken a lot about the data and the decision making. And I usually tell my team who has the best data and use that data the best is the one who can have a competitive edge in making decisions, especially in the insurance industry whereby you need, the competition is high from the underwriting perspective to produce the pricing process itself. You require to have a proper data, proper information so that you can come up with a good product in the market. And this is what we have learned at a lower level in secondary school, the law of large numbers. It can be so helpful. And this is how we use this data or this information. Unfortunately, what I've seen in the market is we still have the silo mentality whereby the data still sits with different departments. Example, you have specific information which sits with underwriting department, claims department, investigations department. And the challenge has always been to bring this data together. So, and see how we navigate through this challenge, and to ensure that at the end of the day, we come up with good decision for the betterment of our clients. And especially now we're working on the micro insurance area, whereby most of our clients, they are very sensitive when it comes to the pricing. So that's the area which we're using mainly data to come up with good products, but also the affordable products to our communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Very clearly for everyone, it's the impact and the influence. But maybe we can quickly hear from Mr. Weller. You can hear us? Maybe you can just give us your perspective. Mr. Weller?
My name is McDonald Weller. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Weller Medical Aid Society Limited, WEMAS. I'm also the founder of the company. Now, when you look at big data in relation to insurance, especially health insurance, there's a saying that insurers are often known being data rich, but they are information poor. it's very prevalent. So we are working at using data to make sure that we are detecting those claims which are fraudulent. And in that instance, we are trying to reduce our medical claims. I think I should stop there for the moment.
Thank you very much. I can see your passion. And just come back online, Mr. Weller, so we can just unpack that a bit more. What are the must-dos then that we can do in view of our theme today, accelerating business recovery and growth in the African continent? Because we are saying we must rejuvenate the African continent. So what are the must-dos, or what models would you recommend we can take on to deal with that 40% fraud? For example, you're saying that's Malawi.
Let me take you back to 2019, when the COVID-19 pandemic started. The reaction from the industry was to put COVID-19 and any related illnesses as an exclusion. And that backfired from the market in the sense that most of the customers demanded that COVID-19 should be included on the covers. And this led to most of the insurers now insuring COVID-19. So this led to a lot of claims, and when you look at the claims ratios of the market, they rose significantly during the years 2020 and 2021. In fact, the biggest player in the industry, which is Medical Aid Society of Malawi, MAZIM, recorded a loss in the year, this year, at the start of this year, for the first quarter. They recorded a loss of 1 billion kwacha, which was very significant for the small market that we are in. Now, we as WEMAS, in the year 2021, we partnered with Smart Applications to come up with the biometric systems for identification of our members. And for your information, although the market average claims ratio is around 80%, our claims ratio is below 30% because of the systems that we are using with the smart applications. Now, there are two areas that I want to mention. Claims, as I mentioned, our market is prevalently fraudulent with about 40% of fraud. So we have used this technology, the MedSmart, to, especially the fingerprint technology, because what happens in Malawi, most of the insurers use manual systems. And these manual systems, if I have 5 children, I would register one on the medical scheme and use the rest for the membership of the one. Now, with the fingerprint technology, we are able to identify the members. We are able to reduce the claims, and then make sure that the bona fide members are the only ones who have access to medical insurance. And by the way, WEMAS was the first medical insurance company in Malawi to go biometric. That was in February 2021. So we are riding on technology to make sure that
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Weller. Indeed, yes, compressed to it, that yes, decision making is very key. And two, we cannot do this without use of technology. So just to quickly push up on that conversation, I would like to ask Daniel, with your wide experience and the seasoned leader you are, would you say there are any current gaps in the rules and structure, basically the laws, the regulations, across the sectors, or with respect to privacy and security compliance? What would that be like for you? I'll just pass the mic to you.
Thank you so much. When we look at data protection regulations across the continent, we're looking at 54 different countries, of which only about half have any regulations or legislation that protect data. And of those half, I'd say only about 5 to 6 actually have proper mechanisms in place to ensure compliance. So this causes a major problem for any multinational that wants to do business in Africa, because effectively you have to try and find a way of being compliant in the countries that you're operating in, taking into consideration local legislation and regulations. But where there are none, you're basically exposed as an organization. So in order to address this sort of challenge, and I know SMART's gone on the same route, is to apply the GDPR regulations from the UK and from Europe as a general standard, because that is sort of the understood, I'd say, best legislation and compliance structures available in the world today. But that doesn't mean using one law or one structure will protect you in every single country. You still have to look at every single country's regulations. So in order to circumvent these challenges and keep your clients' data private, which is paramount, otherwise your clients will not trust the information that is provided. And remember, as a medical insurer in particular, we are privy to highly sensitive client information. And clients will not take up cover with an insurer if they know that their data is not properly protected. So the best course of action, I would say, and that we've applied, considering the gaps that are available, is to use a general standard, such as the GDPR or the POPIA Act in South Africa. That is quite common, but that's also based on GDPR principles. And then to also look at what the local legislation requires. I can tell you that I've worked personally in about 50 of the 54 African countries. There are not only complexities in regards to data, but in general legislation and in compliance. So doing business across the continent means that you really have to immerse yourself in what you're doing as a multinational, and also having partners who can assist you in the process. Again, that's where we found our partnership with SMART in particular to be highly valuable to us, because as a UK registered entity, we are under strict compliance guidelines from the FCA, which we report to. And knowing that a company like SMART applies the same principles as we do in terms of data protection certainly helps us as an organization. Gives our clients a lot of comfort as well.
Thank you very much for that, Daniel. Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget you can still send in your questions as we proceed, so we can also engage the panelists who are here for us. So in line of that conversation, Daniel, if we were to look at precision medicine, where would we say that falls in terms of the rules and regulations?
Precision medicine? Could you just elaborate the question?
Yes. So would you say that in terms of our laws and rules and structures as a continent, not only Kenya, if we were to look at precision medicine, would we say we have a chance to still push for privacy of data, especially in that space?
Of course. It's not only about medication. It's in terms of data in general. So you're looking at diagnoses of very sensitive medical conditions that should not be distributed at any cost, ever. But certainly when it comes to prescribed medications or precision medications, it's something that is of paramount importance, that that information remains confidential at all times and only stays with the insurers.
Okay. Thank you very much, Daniel. And I'd like to now engage Japheth. Japheth, I was also part of the conversation of the files moving from one office to another and having to work with a big, huge pile across the desk. So we are happy today to see the continued exchange of information. Just from your seasoned experience again in this industry, what would you say the countries that probably have successfully implemented data sharing, and how do you think as a country, as Kenya, we can also continually upscale on the same?
Thanks. As an industry, I think we have suffered and bore the brunt of data segregation. We are all aware about how year on year the performance of health insurers as outlined by our regulator, the IRA report, which indicate that the industry and the sector is on the red. So year on year, we're making huge losses in the regions of billions. If you look at even the half-year data from IRA, I think we've reverted back losses. The closest we came to profitability was in 2020. And that was because we saw reduced visits to hospital because people feared to go to the hospital. But having said that, so data sharing provides us as an industry an opportunity to turn this sad situation around. And it can be done. I think there is a goodwill from the stakeholders. It is just to move it to the next step, because that will allow us to have visibility, many areas that data sharing will assist if we have one data pathway. So we'll be able to have visibility of pricing models with our healthcare providers and have engagement also around that, because with data sharing and the big data discussions that we had earlier, then as the payers or the financiers, then we'll have visibility of the pricing aspect of the healthcare services. Data sharing will also help with continuity of treatment, because we see a lot of repeat services being given to our members because they went to a different doctor, which could easily be, that information is somewhere, but currently sitting at one doctor's office. A chance there to have patients' record available to all the stakeholders, which then plays a part in management of cost. And there are the efficiencies that we'll achieve as a result of data sharing. And this can be achieved because if all the stakeholders come together, led by government, and I know under UHC there is conversation going on around creating healthcare pathway or to enable data sharing. And I'm happy the chair of KHF is also sitting next to me here, because that is a conversation that we have always been saying, can KHF then drive this under the umbrella of technology providers? And us also as the industry players under our association, ACI, where we are all members, then we push that. So the congruence of all these stakeholders and the government then would enable us to realize this dream. And of course, technology providers, so SMART, who has brought us here today, plays a significant role in that, just to ensure that with your other peers or other competitors, then we are able to achieve that. So data sharing critical to keep improving the performance of our industry, and importantly also health outcomes of our members from a clinical perspective. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Japheth. Just to quickly unpack that, so we hear clearly that KHF, AKI, the tech providers need to be part of this conversation. Maybe just as a quick conversation around what would be maybe a quick low-hanging fruit that the insurance companies can also tap into so we can realize this dream.
So if we look at the position where we are, the players from a digital perspective, there is a significant uptake of digital solutions that we've all embraced. So that would be a starting point. And some of even the systems that we use are similar. And our technology partners are also similar. So that would be a starting point where we come in together as an industry and say, even as we wait for the bigger conversation from the government, and we know government, you know, there are many layers to unpack. So what can we do? Then my good chair here, Dr. Gakombe, also from KHF, they tell us what is it then we can do as a quick win to bring all this together, then realize the dream of data sharing. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. So what I hear is, Dr. Gakombe, you're next to tell us how we are going to realize this dream, because dreams are free and very critical, so we can realize this together. So maybe I can just have you answer that first. Thank you. Thank you, Japheth.
I think that was in the spirit of the World Cup. Pass the ball. There are a number of things we can do. And it's always important to look to lessons from history. When this country was first colonized, and colonialism was not a nice thing, those who came in realized that they were dealing with 52 ethnic groups or thereabouts. And they needed to communicate to all of them. And Kiswahili was scaled up. It wasn't born. It was a language at the coast. It was scaled up. It's now a regional language spreading all the way to DR Congo. What's my point? If we are going to share data, the first is that we must use a common language. You know, the smart people were smart enough to know how to frame that. But we must use a common language so that when you are referring to a medicine, when you are referring to a test, when you are referring to a patient, we are talking, when we say it's medicine A across the region, not just the country, the continent preferably. If it's diagnostic codes, if it's procedure codes, if it's doctor's codes, Dr. A remains Dr. A wherever they are treating people. So that as we deal with the doctors who move from Metropolitan to Gertrude's to Nairobi to Aga Khan, they retain a unique identifier. And that means that he may be able to see that the price doubles when somebody crosses from Metropolitan to Aga Khan and changes when they go to Muthaiga. You know, there's a Buruburu price and a Muthaiga price and a Parklands price, and there's an Upper Hill price. That you can only do if a doctor has a unique identifier. If every healthcare provider who is regulated has a unique identifier. If every procedure has a unique identifier. So KHF is working, and the Ministry of Health is also working on data dictionaries, common references, which would then make the work of switch operators like SMART much, much, much easier. The second is the journey SMART is on. We need data aggregators, where the data is passing, it's warehoused, and then it can be analyzed. Because each insurance company has data only unique to them. And they cannot be given for the next one without first anonymization and the things that go on to make sure you are not disclosing business intelligence to someone else. So the role of SMART and other data aggregators becomes extremely key, because the information is passing through a switch, a gateway, and before it goes on, it can be anonymized, analyzed, and then made available to industry. The other one is that we need to give bonga points to those who are better. Because if we want to drive digital health, and the scorecard the Ministry of Health uses, and the scorecard the insurance company use, is whether I have an MRI, a CT scan, how many beds. You know, ICT is not part of the checklist or the scorecard, right? So there are no incentives right now that I know that encourages doctors to introduce digital solutions, that encourages hospitals to digitize their environment. There is no premium, there is no preference. So by making that explicit in many ways, then we'll encourage greater compliance and enrollment for everybody. Then by demonstrating the wins. You know, I have been to many of these forums and I'm told 40% of the money goes to fraud. I'm also told 15% of the money goes to admin. I also spend 15% on admin. So the first thing we should agree as a low-hanging fruit is, so you expend so much money on admin, let's work to save you that 15%. Maybe we save 10, you remain with 5. I'm also spending a lot of money on claim administration. Let us work together so that mine is also cut down. You see, we are not even talking about discounts. We are saying, you save, I save, keep your share, I keep my share. It's a very low-hanging fruit. Finally, all of us need to have sight of the entire patient journey, because many of us focus on our part of the patient journey. So without sitting in a room and asking, what is the entire journey? And therefore, what are the pain points for each operator in that journey? And we can then focus on, let's save you this pain, and we save the next person pain. I'll give you a basic example. Patient records. Doctors who see inpatients in Nairobi Hospital, when they go back to the plaza where their offices are, they don't have sight of the file, because the file remained with the records department in Nairobi Hospital. So they have to write themselves a summary to remember what they did for that patient in the ward. Okay? Now, unless you understand that this doctor has a problem using information that they wrote in a patient file as an inpatient in their clinic, we cannot devise solutions that give the doctor something that they can say, industry has given this tool to me. So as they come to discuss about my bills and so on and so forth, I should also listen, because I have been saved a significant amount of pain. Finally, he raised the question of data protection. It is important that the tools we design put the patient at the heart of controlling their data. As we discuss data portability, which will reduce a lot of repetition of tests and questions and papers, it is important that the patient has control over that data. When I want to use it in Metropolitan, they should be the ones making it accessible to me for their treatment, so that we are not busy browsing through. You know, I look at somebody in the papers and I decide to browse through the database to see what conditions they suffer from. That would be food for bloggers. So we have to find a way that the patient remains in control of their sensitive, personal medical record. The same way they go home with their CT scans must be the same way that they feel their digital CT scan is safe from unauthorized use by people who have no business accessing the data, because they should only be accessing it when they are giving care to that person. And that's the design we have in Metropolitan. I do not have access to patient data merely because I'm the CEO. And if I want to access a file, medical records has to unlock it for me to see. And it will automatically lock within a certain number of hours, and there will be a record, and I'll be called upon to explain why I needed to see his medical record, because it was not a normal patient encounter.
Wow, thank you. Thank you very much. Indeed, very insightful conversations, even knowing what KHF and the government are doing, talking about the data aggregators again, and even maybe a challenge to us all, payers and providers. Take bonga points. How do we achieve this? Even as Safaricom is facing out their bonga points, maybe we can take on that terminology and bring it to health. I would like to engage Adam, Dr. Adamson. Maybe you can just come on as we get to the wrapping on. Meanwhile, please go to www.menti.com. www.menti.com if you have any questions. We shall take a few also on the house. But those who'd like to type in, there we are, www.menti.com. Just log in and put that passcode 52241148 for any questions you'd like to send through. Even for the online viewers, please use that. And for us physically here, we can also use the Menti platform, but we shall also have a few questions. I'm sure as the payers and providers here, we have questions or clarifications to make. Thank you. Dr. Anderson, I can see one question is there. I'll come back to that. I would just like to engage you a bit more in this conversation. With your vast experience, maybe in your own words, what are the gaps you'd say are there in producing quality data from both the hospital and the insurance side? And what interventions would you say we can take up? Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe to respond to that, but before I respond to that, I tried to echo what, just with the name, Dr.
Gakombe? Yes.
I think by living through two different industries, the healthcare and the insurance, what I've seen, we are speaking two different languages, and this is high time now we find a solution. The doctor's language needs to be understood, but also as the insurance language needs to be understood. That's very important, and I agree with him. In that way, we resolve a lot of issues when we're sitting in the round table together. To respond to your question, there are a number of gaps in obtaining the quality data which is in place. One of the issues significantly which we're seeing is the missing the data itself in filling the data sets. And this has made an industry to struggle for quite some time to align the metrics, especially in the rural areas, whereby you want even to design a good micro insurance product so that you can accommodate the lives of people who are there in the rural areas. And in this way, it has derailed the process of formation of the new products in the market when it comes to health insurance. Thanks to companies like Smart, whereby now we are getting this information and we are working to those products to ensure that everyone is covered and get accessibility to medical services. The other one is the inconsistent data. We see a lot of, we see people obtaining data from the market, filling the gaps, but at the end of the day, there are a lot of inconsistencies to them. Each individual in the, let's say if it's a healthcare, the receptionist will fill the information which laboratory technologists will not even understand, the pharmacist will not understand, the same way when it comes to the insurance side. So the lack of coherent standards can easily make the data itself unusable. And we need to see how we work on those issues, the inconsistencies. By having the same single system in line can easily help that way. We have seen a couple of times whereby a male patient being reported receiving maternity services, and basically it's because of the inconsistent data information which are at the data entry or in between of the services which are provided by the healthcare providers. Inaccurate data is also another issue which we have seen in the market, and this mainly is because of the poor data entry practices which are in place. So most healthcare and insurance institutes do not have the data governance in place. I've been working with companies with the regional presence, and I've been able to understand what is happening either in Uganda, Kenya, Rwanda, Burundi. So I've seen that data governance not being in place. This has interfered in provision of the proper data to have the quality data in place. And inaccurate has been one of the issues. And either can be because of human beings or either system errors can result to this. Duplication of the information, the same patient, but with different different information because this time came to a hospital because of malaria, the next day you come because of hypertension. You're treating as if these are two different people, then that also creates a lot of, as an insurance practitioner, it's very difficult to make a decision. One decision regarding this one patient which we're looking at, the information which I'm receiving from the healthcare providers or any other area. We are talking about intervention of that. For me, I feel like only two issues to look at it. One, the organizations needs to have a proper data governance process, policies, which needs to be in place, and use efficient systems. The moment we are getting to use the efficient systems, we will be in a position to eradicate most of these challenges. And we need to understand, even in the digital format, poor form design, outdated and inefficient system can affect the quality of data which is going to be collected. So it is important to have proper data governance policies in place, but also to have efficient system to support our operations. I can give one example. Like 6 years back, I was head of operations in one of the back then leading insurance company in Tanzania. We were making losses at that particular time. Then we said, now we decided to turn around this company to be a profit-making company. So where should we start? We need to look at our numbers. We need to look at metrics. Unfortunately, we look at the data, and when we started working with them, then it was not clear which client we want to get rid of. But later on, after collection of the information properly, within 2 years, we managed to turn around the company from a loss-making to a profit-making. Even before 2020, which was the profit-making year for most of the health insurance companies across the region. But we started doing that in 2018, and we have seen that. Though I'm not in that company now, but I've seen that it happened. It helped at that particular time. So data can easily help someone to make proper decision and turn around the performance of the company. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Daktari. Yes, indeed, it's a conversation around business recovery and growth. So thank you for that. Maybe I can have the questions on Menti, so we can just quickly read what the online viewers have. Media team, please. Okay, great. This is to Japheth. What's your take on the Data Protection Act in relation to healthcare? Considering we all rely on data information to make informed decisions on healthcare coverage. I know more or less you've kind of answered it, but it would be good just for you to give it a top-up.
Thanks, and I don't know the viewer or the person who asked. Anonymous. So, yeah, I mean, as people who handle massive data, the need for compliance, of course, with all data-related regulations is key to us, so that we comply with all the data regulation sets. But having said that, the same regulations also do provide for us information that can be shared within the stakeholders that would enable us to, drive our business, especially the health insurance business. So all this sharing that I'm talking about is within the subset of the Act and the regulations, and what can be shared and what remains anonymized and what remains with the respective underwriter, so that we are in compliance. So the discussions around data sharing is within the ambit of the Act, and it defines then what is shareable and what must be anonymized even within the stakeholders.
Thank you very much. Let me take on the next question. Please, media team. Could we see the second question? I think we have 11 questions, but in the interest of time, we'll quickly peruse through that. Does big data really matter for a small health facility? Brother Ojwang, Og Wang is asking. That must be an online viewer. Who'd like to take that? Dr. Dakombe, you have the mic there. Thank you.
As I said, I am not clear about how big data has to be big. But my observation is that every practitioner, even a single practitioner, needs to keep data. And for a small facility, one of the very, very important databases to maintain is the patient database. You see, Kenyan providers, and I lead one, are like police stations. I'm not sure about Tanzania and Malawi and wherever else, but we are like police stations. Until the patient comes complaining of something, for the great majority of us, one is not sick. We even write complaints of CO, right? How much better it would be if you have a patient who has diabetes to remember their appointments, to track their blood sugars, to call them in for appointments, to schedule. So, however small a facility is, there is a role for data, there is a role for analytics, there is a role for digital systems, because they keep data in a live format, so you can do lots and lots of things with it.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Dr. Dakombe and Mr. Moiro, I think that's probably someone else, from your experience and analytics, how much of a problem is provider-driven demand for health services, and how has it affected the cost of healthcare in Kenya today? That's Alex from KPA. Are you here, Alex? Harrison. Okay, that's for you.
I think we can all remember the snapshot of data that we presented in terms of the provider-driven demand for healthcare services. And we saw that the trend has been that largely during the COVID year, there was a dip in terms of the trend in terms of patient visits, which quickly rose back as we had the lockdowns being lifted into 2021, into 2022. So as the world looks at economic recovery, the demand for healthcare services continues. And that goes in terms of also other micro factors like the global population growth. We're looking at Africa as a continent whereby we are saying that 1 in 4 people by 2050 will be African. So what do we expect? That definitely there are more patients being born, if I call it that way. And that really drives the demand for healthcare facilities and quality healthcare services. Definitely there is a paradigm shift that healthcare facilities no longer need to be the brick and mortar facilities. There is aspects of e-health that is coming into a big play, and that is a space where SMART is looking at being a forerunner in terms of that. So how is that informing cost? Definitely there are many factors that come into play in terms of costing of healthcare services. And this is a point probably when we look at it, apart from input factors, there are government regulatory factors, there are aspects of the logistics, there are aspects of the accessibility, there are aspects of whether it's locally manufactured or externally manufactured. But the underlying thing is that there are options that the different communities can tap into. When I say communities, it's the insurance communities, the healthcare facility communities, to bring this cost down if we work together and look for these locally indigenous solutions to solve the problems. And perhaps Dr. Kakombe can add on to that.
Thank you, Harrison.
If I may.
Yes.
Thank you, Harrison. I thought that's a shared responsibility, and you go first. I want to say a couple of things. The first one, doctors are like lawyers. Your client is paramount. We really don't care about insurance companies and their profits or lack thereof. The person we are looking after is the patient in front of us. 2, doctors generally practice as individuals. Right? Whereas we all trained in medical school and the examination process for the patient and everything is the same, prescribing habits, test ordering habits may vary. Okay? Valid, but vary. 3, we are meant and required and implored to benefit from peer review. Right? And 4, we are required to practice in accordance with the best practices in the industry. Therefore, we need to provide doctors with reference tools. Many hospitals, I believe Gertrude's is one of them, we are another, we subscribe to online digital reference tools on what is the latest in the treatment of COVID, diabetes, or whatever else. And it's something that should be discouraged for all providers, so that the doctors are not practicing last year's medicine or last year but one's medicine. 2, it is extremely important that there is a way to compare and give the doctors feedback, because we are scientists, and when you see that my average cost is twice as high as somebody else's, I will do a self-review. So giving doctors access to data improves practice, because one is able to see they're an outlier and write their practice. 3, providers generally do not invite patients to hospitals. I am not aware of any hospital that offers incentives. You know those, the vouchers that were being given here, you know, come for one, get one free, all those things that they do as promotions, right? So there is what I may call patient-driven demand. The patients will come themselves, and we then have to treat them. And that's why you have all these tools like, what do you call them? The cost sharing, the co-pays, and so on and so forth. So to reduce the cost of healthcare, we have to look at patient behavior, we have to look at provider behavior, and provide incentives for people staying healthy and people being treated at the lowest level of care. Because there are many people who go to an orthopedic surgeon where a general surgeon could do, or even a medical officer. So it's a whole area we need to focus on and see how best we can reduce the number of visits by encouraging patients to live healthy, and secondly, to seek care at the lowest possible level. I'll finish by saying this. I have a young man from the UK in my house right now, and I found his health-seeking behavior very different from ours. He has a headache, he says, I'll take Panadol for a couple of days. Because access in the UK is not easy, the first thing he does is not to rush to a provider. He will try some home remedy first. If it were me, I'll be off to see my GP, whether I'm paying or UAP, who my insurer is paying.
Thank you. And I know, thank you very much, Dr. Gakombe. I know we have questions. I would like to just take 2 questions from the floor before I just wrap up on this one. We have a couple, but time does not allow us. I think smart next time we should have a one-day summit. Yeah, anyone who would like to do a question from the floor? Anyone? So we can pass the mic. Okay, going 1, going 2, going 3. Okay, done. So let's just take up the 3rd question there. I think the other questions shall be responded to virtually. So let's end with this one. And the last one is to SMART. In the wake of data protection, what measures have you taken as third parties to safeguard client data on behalf of partners and stakeholders? Should I give that to you, Harrison? To Esther? Esther? Sorry?
Okay, thank you for the question. So what we've done is, the first thing is we've first of all ensured we registered with the Data Commissioner's Office, just to make sure that we are legally protected and we are following all the regulations that are stipulated thereof in terms of ensuring that all our practices and all our processes comply to what the law says. Over and above that, we also went through an audit so that we make sure that internationally we subscribe to the best practice. So we are ISO certified in terms of information security, business continuity and all that. And we also subscribe to what GDPR for those, because we deal with organizations that go beyond Kenya, the boundaries of Kenya. So we ensured that we follow the global best practice in information security to ensure that we are managing data in accordance to best practice. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that response. Pairs, I'm sure you're comfortable with that response. And if not, then we'll take on the rest. I would like to now kindly request the panelists, including those who are online. We would like to award you for the time that you've spent here. And we'll just do this as you get back to your seats. I would like to request Dr. Robert Nyaranga, the CEO of Gertrude's. Is he still here? Yes, fantastic. Karibu sana. I would like you to award Daniel William. Okay. I would like you to award Daniel all the way from South Africa. On behalf of SMART, we thank you for coming all the way to have this conversation and engagement. Thank you very, very much, Dr. Robert. I would like to now call on the Board of Director, Miriam Musangi. Kindly come and award Dr. Kanyenje Gakombe. On behalf of SMART, Dr. Kanyenje. Asante sana. Sorry. Dr. Karago, CEO, National Cancer Institute. Are you here? Kindly come and award Japheth Ogalo. I almost said Dr. Japheth. It's okay. It shall come. Dr. Japheth, or better known as J.O. Now we can have the light moments. Kindly award Japheth. Thank you. The Managing Director, Old Mutual. Thank you. And to the online panelists, be sure that SMART will get your virtual gifts to you. Thank you very much for your participation. I'll hand over to Ian.
All right. To our moderator, please, Effie, if you can just come. Moderator, Effie, please, just come to the front. We also have something for you, just as a token of appreciation. And I would like to call our group chief Operations Officer at Smart Applications, Isaiah Mosiori, to come and give you the gift. Let's appreciate Isaiah as he comes. Fantastic. Another round of applause for the panel for a job well done. Great. At this particular point in time, I would like to give an opportunity to our media team to play a short clip, and then we can get ready for the moment that we've been waiting for, the launch. Over to the media team.
Last 19 years, Smart Applications has led in award-winning health biometric innovative solutions in over 10 African countries. We have consistently provided secure access to healthcare services across the continent. As part of our innovation mantra, we offer infinite possibilities through technology. We are proud to introduce the next frontier in healthcare access. Introducing Smart Access. The new innovative virtual access to healthcare, using technology to give you access to service and control of your cover anytime, anywhere, for better management of costs claims and covers. Control at the tip of your finger. Download the Smart Access app today and have full control of your health cover. Available on the Google Play Store and Apple Store. For the last 19 years, Smart Applications has led.
Great, great, fantastic. It's quite important, even before we proceed, it's quite important for us to have a better understanding of how far we have come and now where we finally are. Ladies and gentlemen, please turn to this person who is seated next to you and ask them, are you ready? Are you ready? Turn to the other person and tell them, smart goes virtual. All right. Dr. Kakombe, please, I would like to invite you on stage. Please just grab a glass of our drink and come on stage. I would also like to invite our group managing director to also come on stage. Just come on stage here on top as you grab a glass of drink. All right. I'd also like to invite our chairman at Smart Applications, please, Mr. Musangi, to come on stage. I will want our executives on top of the stage, with their drink. I'd also want to invite our group technical director, Colin Singeno, please, to grab a glass and also join us on stage. And I would like to invite our group sales and marketing director, Esther Moirore, to also join us on stage. All right, and for our delegates on the floor, I would like you to just open the glass of water that you have. Please pour your glass of water. Yes. We're in the health industry, please. It's important. Just pour a glass of water because we are about to do a launch and we are also about to make a toast. All right. So we're all here. We are going to. Just hold the countdown, please. Hold the countdown, please. We also have Marianne Musangi, part of the board, please. Marianne, please. She was ready with her phone to take the video. Marianne, we will send you this clip. Please just get a glass and also join us on stage. On stage. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready? I can't hear you. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready? How we are going to do this launch at exactly the count of one. Our executives are going to raise a glass and make a toast to where we are heading, and we shall also join them in that particular toast. Are we ready, ladies and gentlemen? All right, to the media team, let us go. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Let's make a toast. Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. We would like to appreciate the Smart Application team to a job well done. If we can also just get each and every one of you toasting to the delegates. Please, let's all toast to the delegates. Lovely, lovely. Let's all just hold that pose for the media. Please just hold that pose. All right, to our delegates, please, let's appreciate the Smart Applications team with a round of applause. Congratulations, congratulations. Yes, we are finally here. If we can have the image on the screens, please. Our delegates, one more time, please raise your glass. Raise your glass. This is for the media. We are finally here and we are finally launched our app, and Smart has eventually gone virtual. Congratulations once again. Delegates on the floor, help me appreciate them with a round of applause to Vidali. Yes, asanteni sana.
Asanteni sana. Smart access. Our delegates, please, our chief guest, please, you may have your seats now. We congratulate you and we celebrate you one more time. And please, another round of applause, please. Smart access. Smart has finally gone virtual. I love what Dr. Gakambe said, that even before we were smart, he was there. And to better understand what we have just launched, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to call upon our group sales and marketing director together with our group technical director, please, just to come to the front and they will guide us, all right? Mr. Collins Ngano, please help me appreciate them with a round of applause. Let me see by a show of hands. How many of us are excited about this new phase and eager to learn? Yes, this is where we are, and we're honored to have our directors guide us through.
This is the moment of truth. Huh? We always told this is the moment of truth. So we want to take you through the Smart Access app. We are very keen in adopting what we call a mobile first strategy. Yes, to be able to easily access healthcare. Yesterday I spoke to someone who was telling me, when you forget your card, you don't go back home. True or false? But when you forget your phone, that journey ends there. You have to go back home and get your phone. You're very, very keen in adopting the mobile first strategy. And we will be launching to the market by 15th of December, the Smart Access app that empowers our smart card holders, the customers, the invited guests here, to be able to access healthcare on the go. And this is enhanced further in terms of roaming, where with your phone, with your smartphone, can be able to access the card. We'll take you through that. Once you get the card on, you're able to get an access code. The billing at the hospital remains as has been, where we hinged very highly on the fingerprint. But for every bona fide member, the fingerprint must be placed to confirm one identity and to ensure the element of impersonation through to fraud is completely eliminated. As the screen comes up, I'm being told to, to go through the app. So I'll take you through the actual app, the benefits for it. One of the key things we've been able to onboard now is instant onboarding. Yes, so when you underwrite a policy, when you underwrite a member, the member does not have to wait for a print to be done. They are onboarded immediately, and they're able to access cover immediately at the comfort of their phone. So we'll take you through the app, step-by-step process, and we'll have Collins do this for us. We also have outside interactive screen. We'll be able to interact with the app just outside. There's an interactive screen to take you through the actual process from registration all the way to when you close your visit. You're also able to geolocate a facility. For example, if I'm standing here in the CBT at Norfolk, and I want to know where is my nearest pediatrician, I'll just go through the app. It has the list. We have been able to geolocate the over 6,000 healthcare facilities in Africa using SMART, and you're able to know from Norfolk, the next pediatrician for you, for example, is 2 kilometers away. Yes, and even their cost is at this particular amount. So you're able to geolocate a provider, you're able to get access to utilization on the go, as well as what you're talking about adhering to the SDGs in terms of going green. So without further ado, we'll take you through the actual step-on-step process on the app. Collins.
So thank you, Esther. And so what we have here today is the homepage. So as you download the app, and the first screen that you will encounter is the login screen. So again, it goes down to the issue of security, which was asked earlier. So we have 2 modes of access. Sorry, I don't think the screen is very legible, but what we have here is you have 2 options. You can either use your email or your OTP or your phone number, so that you get a one-time PIN for the purposes of ensuring that the person who's actually logging in is a holder and the owner of that scheme. So what we have is just a normal username and the password. So I said the username can be your email or your phone number. And then when you log in, the first thing, if you're a first-time user, you have to go through some certain stages of registering. So it will ask you for your country of origin, and sorry, maybe you may not be able to see but clearly. But what we have here is, like has been mentioned before, we are present in multiple countries. So the first thing you have to specify your country of origin so that you're able to get your phone number prefix correctly. Secondly, sorry, I went through. So there are a series of steps that you have to go through in terms of registering. And one of those steps for you to complete and be able to now be properly enrolled to the platform is that you have to receive a one-time PIN on a registered device. So it means when you sign up, we will have a way of ensuring that it's the right person accessing the application. Because again, as I'm going to be showing you in a couple of steps further down, is that it will this platform will have some personal information. So it's very important that we get it right on registration to make sure that confidentiality is not left out of the process. So what I have here, as has been mentioned earlier, and what Esther mentioned, is let's take our minds back to how things are done right now. I have a card. I might have multiple cards because maybe I'm a principal member in one instance, in another instance I'm a dependent, or I just have multiple cards. So what would happen is that I will be forced to have all those cards somewhere, either in my wallet or just somewhere with me. If I need to access service, I'll need to use either of those cards at any one point. So what we've done here, and what you're seeing here is will then be our virtual card. So it's a virtual equivalent or virtual representation of what you would ordinarily have or hold physically. And what we have on the 4 buttons here and what it is that this screen will enable you to do is the first one, the green, is generate access code. Let's mimic how a patient visit starts right now. You present a physical card, it's placed on a card reader, it's able to retrieve, upon of course confirming that you're the right person biometrically, it's then able to retrieve your information. So what we are doing now is you will go to this app and you generate a visit code, a unique visit code to mimic that action of placing a physical card on a card reader. So it will give you a code both on the app, which will be displayed on the app and still be sent as a one-time PIN through SMS, irrespective of the country you're in. So if you're roaming, because again SMART supports roaming, where you're registered on one country, but you're accessing service in another country. So at that point in time, we are also able to send that PIN through your email. So you're not limited in terms of the modes of receiving your PIN to then be able to present that PIN that the cashier or the billing person will key into our MediSmart system, the current system that we are using. Remember, I'm just taking you back a bit. I said right now how to initiate a visit is you present a physical card and your details are retrieved. So this code will now replace that process for those who are using the virtual card. So when they key in that unique code, it's then able to retrieve your information just in the same way you're receiving when you placed your card on a card reader. And now what we have there is different options that we are able to then access. You're able to link your cards. What I have here are now the different cards. What you're seeing there appearing as the 3 options, again, you're able to link the different cards both for yourself and for your dependents. So what I mean here is if you are the principal and you have dependents, what happens right now is you're issued with cards for each of your dependents. And every time you present any of them, if it's a child, in a hospital, you need to present their card as well. So what happens here is you're able then to have those cards virtually. And then you select either of the cards. So you're able to, what you're seeing there, the green button down there is for adding an additional card for a dependent. Or if you also have your own card in a case whereby you're a dependent in another setting. So you have two covers. So you're also able to add so that you have all your cards appearing in one place. Just in the similar way that right now if you have physical cards, you need to have all of them in your wallet. So here you're having them digitally. So it's just adding onto the different cards that you will be able to have both for your dependents. And one of the key security features that I want to mention here is because of privacy, we're able to limit in a situation whereby one member, if I am a principal, and there is certain information that I do not want other members of my family seeing for whatever reason, again, it's a choice, the system is able to allow you that confidentiality so that it's within your right to allow someone else in your family to view certain information. So if there is certain information that you consider private, again, in keeping up with the privacy best practice, you're able to allow or deny access through this platform. What I have here is we also just do not want this to be an app that you refer to or you interact with when you're sick. It's supposed to be a wellness, promoting wellness in general. So what I have here are topics of interest. So as part of registration, you'll be able to select the different types of topical issues. Some could be diabetics, allergies, whatever else that a patient would be interested in. So that in your homepage, you'll be able to be receiving relevant information. So if you've selected something on diabetes, for example, for this particular one, the ones appearing in red is what this particular member selected, is that when you log in, everybody will be able to see a customized homepage depending on your areas of interest. Again, we've gone further to also incorporate machine learning so that even if you don't select, but there are certain topics that you frequently get to visit and get to see, the system over time will be able to learn some of those topics of interest and then now queue the relevant information for you to see when you log in on the homepage. So it's just a continuation of what I've talked about. What we have here are the provider-related information. So I might be in a new country, maybe in a new town, where I do not know which providers are around me. Through this platform, I'm able to, first of all, select the kind of provider I'm looking for. So if I'm looking for a particular specialist, I'm looking for an ENT specialist, and I'm in a new town, and I do not know. So I'll be able to go to the platform, select and say, give me a pediatrician, for example, near me. So it will give you options. This goes ahead, again, to democratize availability of information so that you're not just calling your friend and say, by the way, do you know a good dentist? And then your friend will tell you the one they know. We're just giving you information so that you know, around me, I have 10 dentists. So it's for me now to choose based on whichever criteria that either just by reading through their information and all that. It goes back to what Dr. Gakombe had said, that right now what we do is we tend to go to use the brand. The more known doctors are the ones that we will queue, in front of their doors. But now this gives you the ability to see who else is within your vicinity. Again, we're able to geolocate, to geotag the physical location of that provider. And so that if you're in a place and you want, yes, you've known that I have 10 and I have Dr. So-and-so near me. So how do I get to this doctor? So the system is able to geolocate. So we've geotagged all these providers like Esther said, and it's able just the same way you use Google Maps to navigate and help you get to that particular provider. So thank you. This is just the beginning. There is a lot coming. So today we're just launching version 1. There'll be a lot more coming. So watch this space. Thank you.
Great. Let's appreciate our Group Technical Director one more time with a round of applause. Fantastic, fantastic. All right. Now, are we open to download the app now? Are we open to download it?
The Play Store and App Store on the 15th of this new month of December.
Right,
Yes,
fantastic, fantastic. Is there anyone around that we can be able to have an engagement with just about this particular app, even when we are done with the session?
Yes, we have an interactive screen just outside where the app is there live. You can be able to see and interact with the screen live in terms of how the app is.
Okay.
Very exciting.
All right, fantastic. Please, let's appreciate Esther one more time and the fantastic team. All right, fantastic. So we have, I'm being informed, we have quite a number of gifts to give away. I would like to call upon my colleague who was helping me here with the vouchers. Jimmy, yes. We want to make sure that we all win, all right? So just kindly bear with us. We also have a gift package for you, so just stay behind, and we want to make sure that we all win. number 64. 64. Calling upon voucher 64. Where are you? Going once. Going twice. Gone. All right. Calling upon voucher 173. 173. Going once. Twice. Gone. Let me see by a show of hands. How many of us have vouchers? All right, okay. Calling upon voucher number 169. 169. We have some lovely hampers by Hako Industries. All right, that we want to give out that we had given our panel. Going once, going twice, gone. Voucher number 132. 132. 132. Going once. 132? Are you here? Please, just come to the front. Are you shy? Gentlemen. No, it's not the one. All right. Okay. Voucher number 128. 128. Where are you? 128. Congratulations. A round of applause, please. Yes. Confirmation is important. Yes, thank you. All right, congratulations. This is courtesy of Hako Industries. Have this lovely gift hamper for you. And our executive also from Smart. Dressed as one of the executives. Harrison, you're leading well. All right, thank you very much. Voucher number 116. 116. Going once. Or maybe we'll go up a chini. Going twice. Gone. Voucher number 200. 200. Going once, twice. Gone. 073. 073. Going once, going twice. Gone. 094. 094. I can see people looking at me but not looking at their vouchers. 094, let's appreciate the lovely lady as she comes. Also, we have a gift hamper. We have a gift hamper that we'd like to give, courtesy of Hako Industries. Another round of applause, please. I want to spice it up a bit. The next gift is courtesy of Avenue Healthcare. The winner is going to get a free health checkup. You start the year, you know what's happening in your body. All right? The next winner is actually going to get that. It's courtesy of the Avenue Healthcare. We appreciate their patronage and their partnership. I know the CEO is not around, but we also... Oh, there's a representative? Okay, fantastic. So we'll call the representative to come and just stand and wait for us to get a winner. Voucher number 037. 037. Are you there? A representative can just hold on a bit. 037. Gone. 041. Going once, going twice. Gone. 079. Going once. Twice. Gone. 171. 171. Okay. Voucher number 12. Voucher number 12. Going once. Going twice. Gone. All right, so this one we are going to do it in a bit of an interesting way. If your voucher number 006, are you there? 006. We'll give you the opportunity to turn your voucher. It can be voucher number 900. I met her during tea break. She told me I must win. All right? Congratulations. Representative, please come. Geoffrey is the IT manager. I confirm. Geoffrey is the IT manager at Avenue Healthcare. Okay. Congratulations. You have won yourself a full wellness checkup at Avenue Healthcare. Congratulations. We also have the next one we're going to give is going to be courtesy of the full wellness check. Voucher number 021. 021. 021. Congratulations once again. Ah, fantastic. Courtesy of Avenue Health. Jeffrey, please, this is also on you. I'd like you to just award him. Let us confirm, yes. You know, you're so sharply dressed. Hata sikushuku. A round of applause. Congratulations. December is a good month. You have the app in the next 15 days, and then now you go for your wellness checkup. Okay, so we want to continue with our gift hampers, courtesy of Hako Industries. Voucher number 32. Congratulations. All right, voucher number 32. I have a feeling this is a joint win. You're going to split this hamper. All right, I'd like to call upon William with a gift hamper from Hako Industries. The lady who was sitting next to you, she celebrated on your behalf. Yes, 32. She's getting 3/4 of that I'm sure. All right. As we proceed, voucher number 14. Voucher number 14. 14. Yes, congratulations, congratulations. Voucher number 14. 14. 14. Which one is that? 40. It's coming, bro. It's coming. It's coming. I can feel and connect with your energy. It is coming. Okay? Oh, my goodness. Voucher number 158. 158. Voucher number 158. Madam, you have that voucher? Oh, my goodness. I love the way you woke up. Slow motion like a winner. Congratulations. I appreciate it one more time. Please, let's also have the gift hamper. Congratulations, courtesy of Hako Industries. Congratulations. The next gift I want to give is courtesy of the Avenue Healthcare. It is the Wellness Full Check. Voucher, ladies and gentlemen, are you ready? I'd like to call upon voucher number 160. 160, going once, twice, gone. Voucher number 28. Voucher number 28, going once, twice, gone. Voucher number 74. 74. Going once, twice, gone. Voucher number 182. 182. Need to mix these things up. Voucher number 182. Gone. 065. 065. 065. 065. No winners from there? Okay. Voucher number 193. 193. All right. Voucher number 57. 57. 57. Close, eh? I can see the reaction. Maybe that was 56. Someone has it back there. Voucher number 145. Going once. 145? 145. Congratulations. Congratulations. Voucher number 145. All right. Yes, yes. Congratulations. Geoffrey is going to give you that. Let's appreciate her with a round of applause. All right. The final full wellness check. All right. Voucher number 40. 40. This man went back to his seat and interceded, called upon his God, and finally, the church you go to, I'm coming there on Sunday. Congratulations. All right. Let me see by the number at the team back. How many gifts do we have? One more. One, the very last. My goodness. No, yeah. This is voucher number 91. 91. The numeric one is very, very clear. It cannot be turned into 160. This is voucher number 091. 091. Voucher number 92. 92 going once, twice gone. 195. Who is that? 195. Please come to the front. 195. This government does not allow that, my friend. You lost the paper, how? But you wrote it on the notebook. How do we confirm that? How do we verify that? Chairman has said come to the front. Chairman, even me, you know, I'm on the job. All right, I can't mess it up, okay? Congratulations. There are two other ladies who are celebrating there with you. Let them also come. Let them also come. I have a feeling utatoka na one item from this bag. All right, these other ladies are the ones who are going with a full share. Let's appreciate the lovely ladies as they come and the gent. Congratulations. Our representative. Yes, Eunice will be able to hand it over to you. The lovely photo there. Congratulations, congratulations. Thank you once again. Thank you once again. Help me appreciate also the Smart Applications team for a job well done. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, at this particular point in time, I would like to call upon Purity Njagi, who is going to come and give us the vote of thanks, and then she will help us to usher out. My name is Ian Moirore. It has been a pleasure being your moderator. Asante.
Thank you, Ian. It's so hard to stand here after Ian, so I have to keep the mood. So thank you very much. Mine is to thank everybody for coming. I'll start by appreciating God, because if it were not for him, this would have been a day we planned for and nothing would have happened. Secondly, I'll appreciate our board of directors, Mr. Andrew Musangi, our chairman, Marianne Musangi, and Andrew Aititu. Despite your very busy schedules, you found time to come and join us from morning up to this moment. And we also appreciate your leadership and support that you've shown us from the beginning of the year up to this moment. And as you continue to guide us, we continue to pray that God will give you the strength and the wisdom to lead us to the next level. Our GMD, Harrison Muiru, a visionary leader that you are to us. Every day when you walk in, we are scared because we know you're always 5 steps ahead of us. We have to run 2 times to catch up with you. You always remind us that our vision is to inspire a world of convenience. As we innovate, the question you always ask us when we bring bright ideas, are you inspiring convenience in whatever we do? Thank you very much for leading us and for guiding us. To the CEOs that have joined us today, Dr. Nyarango from Gertrude's Hospital, Dr. Kiragu from National Cancer Institute, Ms. Patience, HR Commissioner KRA, and Mr. George Salib from Coptic Hospital. We appreciate your presence this morning. We know you are a busy team, and you finding time to join us is a show of trust and faith that you have in us as Smart Applications, and the support that you've given us. We promise you we shall not disappoint you. We will try our very best to continue giving you the very best. To the general managers, the CIOs, the case managers, the care managers, the underwriters, claims people, and the very many of you that left your jobs today. Being in the healthcare industry, today is the end of the month and the beginning of another month. So this means it's your busiest time. So for you to give us today morning, we really appreciate you. Thank you for the support that you've continued to give us, and we look forward to continue working with you as we co-create and partner to change this industry. To our speakers this morning, our key speaker and our guest speaker, Dr. Gakombe, thank you for walking the journey with us. Thank you for challenging us. And today you've given us a new perspective into what we can do next. As we look at accelerating healthcare, business recovery, growth, and profitability, we look towards joint collaborations so that then this is not just a talk, but something that we are going to actualize. To the staff of Smart Applications, thank you very much. We could not have done this without you. I saw people here as late as 1 a.m. yesterday, trying to make sure that this setup is as perfect as it is today. Thank you for working together. The head of hospital operations and customer relations, for looking around for our speakers and our panelists. We don't take it for granted. Thank you for being the heroes that you truly are. Avenue and Nairobi ENT, thank you for coming through. You can see the excitement that was in this room when we are getting the vouchers, and HACO for coming through when we are getting the hampers. Thank you very much for partnering with us and for giving all those things for free. May God bless you. Our MC, Ian. Hey, I've never done so much in a summit. Sometimes we go into summits and we are like, we just sit and listen to and watch presentations. But today, I could see Marianne enjoying the steps because they were simplified. Sometimes when we hear of dancing, we are thinking of how do we start catching up, but he made sure that the event was lively. In as much as we were learning, we were also enjoying ourselves. To the media team, I believe those of us who joined us last year, it was not quite a smooth experience. We were also trying to adopt the new way of doing things virtually and physically and hybrid and all those things. But I believe today was a very smooth experience. Thank you very much for making that happen. And to all of us who came today, thank you very much for heeding to our invitation. Otherwise, we would have sat here as the few of us and would not have really done much. So thank you very much for joining us. And we look forward to even having another declaration this year to bring this industry to the next level, innovate and co-create together. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Thank you very much, Purity, for the vote of thanks. Ladies and gentlemen, we have finally come to the end of the summit, and we are confident that we're going to continue to partner with the Smart Applications team. Let me see by a show of hands. Tarehe 15th, I am downloading that app. Let me see. Converts. Very nice. Okay, so now I'd like to just call Mr. Musangi, Marianne Harrison, Group MD Collins, Esther Masharia, and Esther Mwerore. I'd like you to remain here at the front for a press briefing. And as the rest of us would like to usher you out, as you go out, please make sure that you get a gift hamper courtesy of the Smart Applications team. All right? Thank you for your partnership. Thank you for your patronage. And God bless each and every one of you. Asante sana.
is Harrison Mwero from Smart Applications, and today we are very proud to be launching the Smart Virtual Access, new mode of access and convenience to our customers. We have been listening to our customers in terms of how they would want to enhance their patient access mechanisms, and as a leading technology service provider in the healthcare segment, where we have been the forerunners in advancing patient access technologies in a better way through our biometrical enabled systems, partnering with hospitals and healthcare insurance across Kenya. We will be able, through this modality, to offer further convenience, engagement, and ways in which members who are subscribing to medical insurance companies can be able to conveniently access their covers from their mobile phones and access a wide variety of services offered by our healthcare facility partners. Thank you. The uptake of the smart technology since it started in 2005 has been a journey that has been well accepted by medical healthcare facilities, by the insurance companies alike, and today we are proud to be serving all 19 medical underwriters, as well as having our systems in use at over 4,020 healthcare facilities here in Kenya, and another 2,700 in different African countries across East, West, Sub-Saharan, and SADC region. Working with the healthcare facilities as our partners, we've been able to be their advisors in terms of healthcare data protection, and to work with them in terms of ensuring that they comply, being intermediaries between healthcare facilities, their patients, who are subscribers to medical insurance, and have data processors for medical insurance. We had to ensure that we understand the Data Protection Act, and we benchmark and ensure that we comply to international standards through the various international companies that we serve. We also undertook an ISO certification exercise, and we are proud to say that we are fully ISO certified as far as security and business continuity processes are concerned. We have been working and therefore transferring this knowledge to our healthcare facility partners so that they are able to be aware of what this means to them and their business operations as far as handling patient data is concerned. And therefore, this has informed certain mechanisms, such as where healthcare facilities are able to ensure that there is consent from the patients, and also to ensure that within the healthcare facility workflow or patient journey, all aspects are taken care of in terms of their security of the data, how the data is handled, who is accessing the data at what point, and on need-only basis, and in as much as possible that the data is anonymized, encrypted and mandated in order to ensure that it does not fall into use that is not intended or fall into the wrong hands. Thank you. In terms of universal healthcare, we believe that in line with the Sustainable Development Goals, Agenda number 3, the role is not only just for government, then public and private partnerships must indeed play out into this space in order to realize the goal of UHC. As technology has been identified as one of the key pillars of achieving universal healthcare, as technology platform providers, we are at hand to work with the different actors around the UHC agenda, not only in Kenya and beyond, where we are working with different healthcare policy providers, healthcare government, both private and government facilities, and different stakeholders in order to advance this agenda. And how are we doing that? We are participating in different work streams around the UHC agenda, from how healthcare facilities can better manage their data in order to have better outcomes, to how county governments and other such institutions can be able to know their populace in terms of who needs to be covered, what needs to be covered for, and how to finance these particular mechanisms through information that has been collected through the data that we provide them on our technology platforms. There are many roles still yet to be fulfilled, and our constant quest is to innovate around this UHC agenda and see how we can particularly fulfill that agenda towards this realization of that SDG number 3. Thank you.
What the Smart Access does is it empowers the patient or the member to be able to initiate the hospital visit at every point of service, so they will be able to now have healthcare on the go. At any one time, they'll be able to know I am going to hospital X, and be able to initiate the hospital visit and be able to be seen from consultation all the way to when they leave the particular healthcare provider. You'll also be able to, from the comfort of their mobile phone, be able to check on what they have spent in terms of their healthcare provision, what is the remaining balance, and how to spend the remaining balance across the 12 months of the year where the policy cover runs from. The Smart Access allows for a number of things. One is fully going paperless, so in terms of a need for filling up a claim form or a physical paper, that is completely eliminated because all the treatment now will be done on the phone, on your mobile app. That will be also sent electronically to the various underwriter or the policy holder, who will now be able to view the particular e-claim, make payment, and process it digitally on the platform. So we have been able to integrate not only to the app alone, but to all the other what we call systems across the customer book that are currently using Smart. My name is Esther Kiringa. I'm the Group Marketing and Sales Director at Smart Applications International.
Ũndũ wa mbere nĩ atĩ nĩ rĩkoragwo ĩgĩteithia thibitarĩ gũkorwo magĩkorwo makĩ-reduce time ĩrĩa matĩkaga gũkorwo magĩ-serve their patient, nĩ tondũ rĩu hatirĩkoragwo na struggle ya kũria patient what their cover is, tondũ ĩno app nĩ rĩkoragwo ĩkĩhe both thibitarĩ na patient information regarding their cover. Na rĩu ona rĩrĩa mũrwaru arĩ gũthiĩ thibitarĩ sometimes nĩ wonaga because sometimes ĩkoragwo ĩrĩ emergency, koguo nĩ marĩkoragwo makĩhota kũ-deal na maũndũ ta macio very fast and in a convenient way. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So my name is Collins Ngeno. I'm the Group Technology Director at Smart Applications. So in terms of security, we have ensured that we adhere to the highest security standards just to make sure that the app, because we are handling very sensitive medical information, is secure and will give whoever is using the comfort that their data is secure. So we subscribe to the different best practice, global best practice, ISO standards, for example, ISO 27001, for which we are certified. We're also certified on our business continuity management is also certified. We are compliant and registered with the Data Commissioner, just to make sure we're also complying to the Kenya Data Protection Law, just to make sure that in terms of handling of sensitive information, we are following the best practice. So just to touch a bit on that, is that I had mentioned earlier as we're doing our demonstration that we use two-factor authentication. Two-factor authentication meaning that you need to, for you to access the application, you need to have something that you know and also something that you have physically with you. So what it means is, for what you know, it will be the password. So you need to know a password that is only known to you, but over and above that, you also need to have registered either a personal email or a personal mobile phone. So that information, when you try to log in, will again be sent to the application, a one-time PIN to the application, so that you need to supply that second level of authentication, just to make sure that even if somebody tries to log in and who does not have either of the two, will not be able to get access to it. Another thing we've done is we're also locking it to a specific device. So if it's my phone and it's accessing my information, you cannot register the same in another device. So it locks it to a single device, just to make sure that at any given time, you are the only one who has access to that information, so that we guarantee privacy and data protection in accordance to what the law says and what the global best practice demands of us. Thank you. So thank you. So in as much as there is a high penetration of mobile phone access, we do appreciate also the fact that there is a population that do not have access to internet. So for that, we have provided a USSD platform. So you will then be advised on a particular USSD code that you key in, and you're still able to access, though not necessarily all the functionality that is applicable or is accessible through the app, but you'll be able to access the basic information that will allow a member to access service. So we've taken care of that segment of population through the use of a USSD.
I can't do it in Kiswahili. That question is high. Naomba tafadhali mjini kwa Kiswahili. Let's repeat the question.
Make it a simpler question.
Kwa majina jitagwo Harrison Mwiro, ni mkurugenzi mkuu wa Smart Applications, na kambuni turateithia na mitambo iria tunapatia watu kuhusu vile wanaweza kuwa wanapata ile information yao ya medical covers, na ambayo itawezesha kila mwananchi ambayo ako katika medical insurance na ambayo anatumia Smart Applications kuweza kuwa na information ile inastahili. Kwa wale wanaopatiana huduma katika hospitali, hili application litawezesha lile hospitali kuwa na information ambayo wanaweza kujua ni nani ambaye wanamtibu na wanajua bima yake inamtosheleza kwa services gani. So hivyo ndio naweza sema kwa ufupi.
Majina naitwa Grace Kathuri, manager mkuu Tanzania Smart Applications. So Smart kwa Tanzania tumekuweko kwa miaka mitatu kamili sasa, ijawa tulikuwa tumefungua kampuni kabla, lakini kwa ukamilifu kwa miaka mitatu, na tunaendelea kuendelea na mfumo katika regions. Let me start all over again. Mkoa. So Kwa majina naitwa Grace Kathuri kutoka Smart Applications Tanzania, manager mkuu. Smart Tanzania tumekuweko kwa miaka mitatu kikamilifu, ingawa tulikuwa tumefungua biashara awali, lakini kwa ukamilifu tumekuwa kwa miaka mitatu. Kwa mfumo wa Smart Applications imekuweko katika wilaya kadhaa kwa nchi, kwa mikao 25. Moja ni mainland Tanzania na hiyo nyingine ni pwani Zanzibar. Kwa hii mfumo tumefungua leo, tunaonelea watu wengi watajiunga kwao because kwa vile hawatumii kadi, ni malipo bila kadi. Kwa vile awali tulikuwa tunatumia kadi, mtu akienda kupata huduma katika hospitali kadha kama ni kwa mkoani au kwa nchi, kwa nchi sasa watakuwa wakitumia kidijitali, na kwa hivyo kila mtu hahitaji kushinda akibeba kadi au kuwa na huu mfumo wa smart.